Hello everyone and welcome to my stream today. I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't sure if I was actually gonna stream today. This is pretty much last minute. I was, um, I've been working pretty hard on the new SolidStart stuff. A lot of it related to the topic that we're covering today. Sorry, wait a second, I'm having a weird audio delay. Come say hi in the chat if you can hear what's going on. Just a second, sorry, this is very odd. Audio not good? Okay. Yeah, it's weird. I'm hearing an echo of myself, but the echo of myself is really random because it's only coming through my mic. And it's like delayed like 3 or 4 seconds, which is really odd. It's like very distracting. Sorry, I'm just gonna see if I can change my audio device and if that's gonna do something. Hello. How's this? Oh, this is really weird. It's never done this before. You guys can't hear the echo, but I can hear the echo. Yeah, it's fine. I will just shut myself off in my own mic. Oh no, it's not myself listening through my mic. It's actually my audio coming back. Okay, I mean, that's fine. I can. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna turn off my volume then and yeah. No, I mean, it's never done this before. You guys can hear me fine still, right? I can't hear myself, but you can hear me fine still, right? Okay, yeah. We'll just do this. I'll just mute myself. It's weird. It's like going back. It's getting fed back through into the mic's output, which is unusual. Okay, we're just gonna play this way today. All right, that was not so fun. Give me a second here. It's all because I don't have orange juice today. So I'm drinking this coconut water. You might be like, why is this pink? I don't know. This is a harmless harvest. Apparently, coconut water naturally goes pink if you don't do anything to it. Yeah, I thought this was the case, but I didn't have any other windows open. It's weird. Like I opened Twitch afterwards, but like this was just in here. There's no other, as far as I can tell, unless there's like a hidden window somewhere, but no, it doesn't look like it. No hidden. Wait. Oh man, you guys are so on it. I had a hidden video of me on YouTube. Okay, I'm so dumb. It is all good. Let's get some volume back. Okay, thank God. All right. It was like a separate window tab that when I went to share my screen on both screens, it like disappeared. It wasn't on either screen. It was like off the. It was like off the invisible screen. All right. We're here. Let's get ready to get started here. I need to um tell people that we're live on Twitter. see how things are going. But yeah, anyways, yeah, I was not originally going to stream today. Yeah, Long Island iced tea, no, just coconut water from Harmless Harvest, it's called. Yeah, no, why is this screen dimensions are like completely off right now? This is just, okay, let's just get somewhere sane, okay. I was I was I was working on commits like right up to that because I hope the stuff that I demoed today actually works. Whether that actually works is going to remain to be seen. But yeah, I'm yeah, we're live. Twitch TV/Ryan Solid. You can also do this too if you prefer Twitch. All right. All right. Okay. How are we doing on time? No, I'm still well in the pre-rolls. Yeah, no, I had orange juice in the fridge, but I don't know. If you ever look at orange juice, it lasts pretty long. Like it'll say like something along the lines of it'll be good for 3 weeks or a month or something. But once you open the container, really it's hard to push it even 2 weeks. And I didn't stream last week and didn't so I had a bottle of orange juice in the fridge that was open about maybe 2 weeks and 2 days ago, 16, 18 days ago. And I was like, it looks pretty sketchy because there's just like the little bit at the bottom. So you could see the stuff kind of like, I don't want to call it pulp, but kind of like it didn't look right. Yeah, I mean, we could talk a bit about this. I'm not going to like show us video or go on that, but like, yes, the stuff is RPC, and RPC going out of fashion had a lot of good reasons. But I think there's something we have to understand here a bit about where we're at. Okay. So we got some people coming in the chat now. We're about 80, which is probably good enough for me to get started. So, yeah, actually, I got you all have like I had some stuff to talk about. I thought maybe I'd just do like a this week in JavaScript, or something. But then I saw a tweet this morning, and I forget where it got shown to me from. It's my bookmarks, and it wasn't this tweet that was shared with me, but it was one of the responses. And it was Ryan Florence going, I sometimes chuckle when I think about the people who decide not to use Remix because nobody is using it. We don't actually ship code to the Remix package. That's from our preview license. We're going to fix the package names as soon as, though, and this graph might mean something. So I know this is like a This Week in JavaScript topic, but it's very relevant to what the stream today, because he showed this picture and he's like, look, Remix, about 20,000 downloads, kind of mediocre. And then he shows Remix Router, 4.5 million downloads. Now, you might be thinking, wait a second, why is there this huge discrepancy? Why do so many people, more people use Remix Router than Remix? Yes, Dev. Yes, Remix Router is React Router. So, um, there is a bit of that going on, and I think it was the Seb, right? He was like, "This is crazy, right?" Because if you look at Gatsby, and on its decline, DocuSword just getting off the ground on npm downloads. Obviously, React in total is gigantic. He's like, that would put Remix as much as Next.js, right? So, yeah, I mean, I, I this isn't the first time this joke is going to come up. Michael Jackson, back in March 25th, 2022, said, I have a hunch that Remix is going to be big. And if it was from a blog post that he'd written, and I kind of poked fun at something they'd suggested. I hope you aren't talking bundle size. There are solutions for that. But in all seriousness, Remix will be celebrating 50,000 stars on GitHub in no time. And this was a comment based on, well, let's find React Router. on GitHub, right? Was that React Router is at 51.3, but it was about 50,000 stars at the time. I have to be signed in. I'm not signed in on this page. I'm like, I definitely started React Router before. It was one of my big influences about 10 years ago. But yeah, 51, because Remix at the time had about 1,500 stars. And so I was like joking that when they switched over to the new packaging, they could say that Remix has 50,000 stars. This is the download version of this. So yeah, I mean, why did this get me to do a stream today? Because obviously this is amusing, right? It's like, honestly, if someone just wrote this, made the comment about about this, and it wasn't Ryan Florence putting it out there first, but Ryan was basically trying to suggest that Remix Router or React Router was Remix. He actually replies as such. He goes, I don't see a difference. We spend most of our time in React Router code for Remix. Remix is pretty much just a Vite plugin that makes a server build. Our package names are just dumb. So there is a lot of truth to this. As much as like you could be like, this is not reflecting how many people actually use Remix even remotely. This number is kind of low because you clearly see that it like they made a change in April or something. Like there's other ways to tell what Remix's actual download numbers are. It's not either of these packages because neither of them are actually accurate. But it's definitely not React Router. But why would Ryan Florence say this? Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm just. Yeah. But it is actually kind of true because that is how this stuff works. And I'm going to talk about that today because we're going to be talking about server functions and server actions and talking about where what code belongs to SolidStart and what code belongs to, say, Solid Router. And it's the same kind of tension here with Remix and React Router. And it's also tied to that whole conversation about, you have to use a meta framework, and then meta framework comes with a router, and then you can't use TanStack router because you have to use the meta framework's router. These topics are all very, very closely related to each other. So on one hand, you can say this is kind of funny, like they're kind of trying to pull the wool over your eyes. On the other hand, mechanically, this is actually a very accurate way of looking at things. So I think this is one of those places where we understand from the spirit of it, it doesn't seem like it should be right, but the battle isn't about meta frameworks. The battle's about routers. That's why routing is so important. Is anyone using CRA anymore? I hope not, but I guess we can find out in chat, can't we? Anyone using CRA? Let me know. I'm already using a meta framework. I'm using React. No, meta framework is a router. React is what are we calling React these days? I think we went through this. Some people were like, oh, it's like a spec, but like that's too. React's a library, I guess, is still fair because it just includes a lot of the pieces, but it's like a library with a lot of very specific opinionated pieces that the new ones are designed in such a way that seem to today only work in Next.js. So I don't know if there's a term for that. I think the purpose is still library because it's still, I mean, that's the goal even with what we've been doing, with Solid as well. But I think that we're in a zone right now where the whole focus of everything is around routing. This is like someone was asking me if I could deprecate SolidStart and this, and we can all just use Astro. And I'm like, and even Fred himself has been like, I just wish this was how it could work. And I'm like, Yeah, in a lot of ways, I'd like that a lot, but routing is way, 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 way too important, which is why we did a whole stream on it last week, why this continues to be kind of a thing, okay? But yeah, there's Daniel Yerger when someone asks, can you do a demo like RC with, and the answer is no. It needs to be a router built for RCs, right? Which is a lot of the work I've been doing, is kind of setting the foundation for that with Solid Router. And I think this is why me and Ryan Florence have been having a lot of tweets recently that are where I'm like, man, I really agree with what he's been talking about, is because we've been in this space where we're both like looking at our routers, which have very similar patterns, influenced by the same source, right? Ember router. And then being like, damn, what are we going to do here? Like, there's just certain things that don't work with RFC type patterns. In their case, it's because React told them that way. But there is a certain fundamental truth to the way React server components work that do actually make you have to change the way the routing works. So I think there's been a lot of like parallels on his journey that I've been watching on Twitter and a lot of the stuff we've been talking about on the stream. But I think there's still a balance to be found there where there are pieces that belong core, there's pieces that belong in the router, and there's pieces that belong in the final opinionated layer. And this, again, you're probably like, what does this have to do with server functions and server actions? Well, it's an important piece of the vehicle that makes us everything possible. And I mean, I don't think today's an Excalibur stream, although I feel like I need to do a little bit of talking and explanation. I want chat to be active if you can be, because it'll help us get kind of through this a bit, because I guess it starts a little history, right? And I'm not going to talk about the full history of RPCs. RPCs were like really, really popular coming out of the 80s and into the 90s. But the problem is that when the web kind of started out, like people used RPCs before the web, but when the web came out, we suddenly had this like standard protocol for how we serve pages, TCP port 80, all this kind of stuff, and this kind of made for a big change. I don't know too much. I was not in professional development at that time period. I was just a kid, but I was making some websites or whatever, but I wasn't like doing anything like this. I never touched RPC back then, but essentially, I was listening to a stream recently, JavaScript Jabber with Dan Shapiro, and he was talking about how like sysadmins had gone to a point where they're just like closing all the ports but port 80 or port 443 for SSL, and then like basically all the other ports were no longer like standardly open, so it was like a pain to set up these RPC processes that didn't communicate over the standard web protocols. I don't know anything about that, honestly. For me, my first introduction to RPC like stuff, though not completely, was a bit later, right? When I'm talking about, I mean, it wasn't RPC like completely, but like if you look at SOAP and XML, like from the Microsoft stack, late 90s, early 2000s, it was basically like these chained this dot this dot this kind of path things, like typical like Microsoft DLL looking soup of stuff, but then you'd like make these calls and pass and get these XML responses on the standard format or whatever. And this was definitely not REST. Okay. Like it was definitely like named function calls, remote like RPCs. It's not as like clean or nice as what we did today. And this kind of pattern was really kind of common throughout the early 2000s. And essentially, the whole RESTful thing kind of came back again when we got into like Ruby's on Rail MVC kind of time period. Like it was around 2005, Ajax calls finally being enabled in the browser, this whole time period. And yeah, by that point, in the same way we wanted to throw away those like horrendous backend crazy update panel things, we also wanted to throw away these RPC calls because everything was so tightly coupled that it was basically impossible to do anything, break anything apart, to change to the new, JavaScript centric APIs. do the stuff in the browser that we needed to do in a really efficient, nice way. So is it ironic that we're back here again? I mean, there's a key difference, right? Last time we had these, remote procedure calls, and they were in this backend language that couldn't really make it to the front end. Now we're here because we've taken our front end language and put it on the back end. And this is a small distinction, but it's a funny distinction because we're like, yeah, it's like that meme where like maybe it'll work for us. We know that doesn't work, but maybe it'll work. Maybe it'll work for us this time. And I think what's the difference is when it came from the back end to go to the front end, they had no choice but JavaScript. I mean, they tried stuff, but it all sucked. And the front end, the browser being the limiting factor, the end user's device, you could never just know that you had what you needed in their browser. But putting JavaScript on the back end, I mean, don't get me wrong, there's trade-offs and people will lament it forever. But like, if you're already at a point where you've decided to do that, RPC calls are logical extension of this. All right, I'm just catching up with chat. A little history theory. I was like, no, it won't be that long. I was talking about SOAP. Yeah. Yeah. Browsers just weren't good enough. Yeah, and this is an important fact, right? I get reminded of this because the React team, when they thought they solved signals, the problem is that you always have to understand or look at things when they come back again to understand what's different, fundamentally different this time. You have to understand that some things are the same. Some of those trade-offs or considerations are always going to exist. It's inherent to the design, but sometimes some other fundamental piece has changed, which changes the equation considerably. What SOAP? I hope you know. Like, if it's all caps, I think SOAP. You don't want to know about SOAP. No, SOAP. Let's try XML. Simple Object Access Protocol. Can we see an image that shows the loveliness of SOAP in one image? And don't get me wrong, it's not just a response format. It's using XML instead of JSON for both the requests and the responses. It's just like this. I think this image is enough. Like, here's your API. Anyway, I mean, we make fun of it now, but okay, there is a huge benefit to having standard interfaces across different backends. You can use different languages. You can use different, you're basically creating a standard for a protocol, right? Similar to, like what we've done with GraphQL, right? It's just that when you don't have to do that, things become a billion times simpler. But it is narrowing the scope of what it can apply to, right? So that's like why, good engineering is where SOAP was originated, Same good engineering which created micro front ends and probably web components. Like, the problem is, it's like the design for the future problem where you take everything to consideration and then like go, okay, these are the avenues you can go, and you leave room to design for it. Where, I mean, people hate this because, and this is obviously, in reality, we have to stay on our solutions for a very long time anyway, so this is good thinking. But like the alternative side is like design small pieces that are very good at what they do, and then when those pieces stop doing what you need for them, throw them away. Of course, there's a balance point when that will work for you, but I'm just saying, like, SOAP we can make fun of and stuff, and obviously a lot of solutions, and it did have its flaws, but like understanding where the mentality these things came from is actually very important. Yeah, SAML. Yeah, definitely done that. I worked in enterprise. I worked in education. Like that's where all these protocols go. They have protocols for freaking everything. Like, and then they're standardized and they're put to the test so they can be certified. And then you walk into the company and they're like, do you support, like, we complain about 3-letter acronyms in JavaScript. I feel like enterprise, they're not 3-letter, their acronyms are a little bit longer, but like 4 to 5-letter acronyms and enterprise stuff, it's like you can just like pull up your checklist box and it's like, you know what I mean? Like, there's a reason it's all standardized to make sure that everyone's compliant and to make sure that everyone can be, like, each piece can be held accountable, like, and have responsibility, right? This is how you build stuff at a large scale and put it all together. It's just, if you can own a smaller part of the world and do it as optimally as you can for that one area, it's very tempting to move away from the stuff. Maybe that's not future proofing enough, but there's a trade-off here, and I don't know, maybe our software will get to a point where the patterns are good enough that it's stable enough and mature enough that it lasts a long time. But I still live in a world where most apps get rewritten every 7 years. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, these are little differences here, right? Like, that that are important to understand. Like, and the reason again is it's because we live in this environment. There's other differences. The reason I gave us this nice little history lesson was because I was reflecting the other day and I thought I was going to do a tweet and I was like, maybe I should tweet it now. I was just thinking and I was like, when I started building on the web, everything was HTML APIs, basically, right? Like, you build a page, you send it, you get the next page. And then I watched that become XML APIs, right? Stuff like SOAP. And then it was JSON, which is a nicer format to deal with. But the web responses that we're doing now, I mean, JSON got, more powerful, like Super JSON, GraphQL, whatever. But what we're doing now is our APIs are JavaScript, like actually returning executable JavaScript. And that is quite the progression. I'll show you what I mean as we continue through the stream, but there's something that comes when you have control of both sides, right? Part of it is you can, I mean, obviously you could standardize this protocol, but it'd be harder. But like, you can basically like run JavaScript on the server that communicates directly with JavaScript that's still running on the client. Have both sides kind of like, the server drive the client, right? Talking to it, streaming the response back. You can have TypeScript. You can have types that travel across both sides, right? This is very powerful stuff, right? Like, backend languages classically had all these types, and they build these RPC calls or whatever, and then you go to JavaScript land, and it would be like, yeah, right. Well, I mean, it's fine. GraphQL has TypeScript generators, but why did TRPC, get so popular, right? It was leveraging the fact of the type information on both sides, and this, where we've hit with the current meta frameworks, is it's really just an extension of that same idea. I personally was not really inspired by TRPC. I don't think I even looked at it before we started working. I worked on my first version of server functions. I mean, I think TRPC was out, but my first version of server functions, I think, dates back to maybe April 2022. Almost, yeah, I guess like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. It was right after, it was about a month after V2 came out. I built SolidStart on it, and I was like sitting there using these data loader APIs, and I was just like looking at it, and I was like, why the hell? Like, because you have to understand, Solid has reactivity, right? And that meant that like, if you go in Remix, you guys all seen Remix run before. Like, their stuff is kind of along. I use Remix as an example, though I don't even think I had really looked much at Remix at that time period because it's still closed source. But let me see. They have where's the? I just want to see the. Sorry, I went to the wrong place. I want to see the loader APIs, right? Like, loader, right? they have this idea that they have this async function, right? And that async function runs on the server. The problem in a reactive library is if that async function requires some kind of props, like ID or whatever, like we don't want to like just go whenever any parameter changes on the router, go to the server and then re-render everything, because like that's what React does. As a re-render model, doesn't care. Something updates, rerun all the loaders. We want to have reactive properties that we specifically update. So like if one parameter change or one search query change, then we can update that one data that does that one fetch that pulls it back in. And that could never work if you wrap the whole thing. So Solid, a router when I created about 4 years ago, and it's continuing a pattern that I used back in the day Knockout, we had these loader functions, but they, or data functions we call them, but they weren't just one async function. They were like a launching point where you'd create all your reactive primitives in the client and wrap over the reactive values. So they'd be reactive because they're in the browser. And then they would, do the specific data fetching, but hoisted so they would happen at the route level. And I was looking at these data functions and, and looking at the actual fetching part. And I'm like right here, why the hell am I like making another API endpoint to do it? I just want to call the function like I've been doing in the client, And that was the start of it. I did something with proxies and using Solid's like is server split, so that like on the server we'd return a function that would call via the proxy path, and on the client if we followed that path, we'd return a fetcher that would hit a URL that was based on that path. So like if you went like API.users and then called that function with an ID, then it'd go /API/users on the client, and on the server it would just it'd use that path to find a server function that was like in the file system routing, like in that location. Like, so in the essentially I built this first version of it back in April 2022. I could pull up the code for it, but I don't think it really matters, because at a certain point Nikhil popped in about 2 months later and he's like, why don't we just use a compiler for this? And that's where our server functions came from, back in, I'd say, June 2022. And what I'm getting at is this was kind of my motivation, because I wanted to make sure that I could keep the reactivity and separate from the actual server running data fetching. But I've kind of realized over time, like things evolved from this history, because I went and we did the release of SolidStart beta, did the vComp talk, and next thing I know, quick, next, they're all adding their own versions of server functions. And it makes a lot of sense. Right before we did the release of server functions on Solid, I decided to add a $sign to the end, because I wanted to make sure that people could tell that it's a compiled thing, right? And this is a lot of people's concern, right? You can picture it. If you go into, I'm just going to like make a thing. It doesn't really matter what this is. Let's reset this. But if you went in here and someone went like server this, this doesn't make any sense because the closure or whatever, but if someone did this, you can't really tell that anything special is going on. So we were trying to come up with namings, and I was like, this is how Quick tells people that the names are different. So I added a server $sign to it. Yeah, the funny thing is this $sign convention at the end was what observables used to use in RxJS as well, and I'm sure others use it. There we go. I was even debating this for a while. We could do capital server. I was like, how do we make this more obvious? This is kind of PHP feeling, like, but as it turns out, I'm not gonna lie, this is actually pretty good as well, because it yeah, it doesn't have the server wrapper, but it's like this is actually fairly blatant. So I got to give them some props credit there in terms of these use directives on the next side. But at its base, what I saw was that once we recognized that RPCs were what we wanted, instead of like remixes like router based stuff. Why did I open this in a new tab? I have no idea. It's back in here. It kind of opens stuff up because actually on the fetch side, the loaders make a lot of sense. You're rendering a whole page and you're grabbing a lot of data from different sources and you're amalgamating them in a single place. But on the mutation side, it was weird to map it to a single URL. And from the reason that I went this kind of action thing, and it's so funny. My first commit did call them actions for some reason. I don't know why I chose the term action. I was like trying to figure out the right verb. It had nothing to do with form actions. Remix hadn't done that thing with the progressive enhancement demo, I don't think yet at that point, when I was working on it. And so I wasn't thinking that. I just like, I was just doing, I was just like looking for a word. I think, or actions, what the use directives are called in Svelte. Like there's a lot of places where that can kind of conflict. And sorry, I diverged a little bit, but my point is like having to go to a different route seemed weird, or like having been part of the route system. And GraphQL is a huge influence for me on that side, because in GraphQL, your data is a graph where you fetch, where you get all the nodes. You ask for what you want, but it's across a bunch of nodes. But the mutations are RPC calls, right? You go, sure, you can get back that graph data back, but the mutations each, like on the get side, you just call query, essentially, like everything's off the query interface. But on the mutation side, there's a bunch of like named functions that you use. And this sort of split, command, query, request, whatever, segregation, make a lot of sense for this kind of solution. Yeah, exactly, right? Well, and yeah, the thing was, for us, they did run on both sides. I think Sapper had that same pattern running on both sides of the data loader. I people don't give it credit enough, but I think Sapper was one of the first nested routers that did parallelized data fetching as a released product. The router, I was doing this pattern in my like real world demo. If you go look at the real world demo right now for Solid, it doesn't even have a router in it. I like literally built a router kind of by hand, and I used this pattern of parallelized data fetching and with hoisting. But I think Sapper was the first one that did it, and they did it on both sides. And we did as well. What was interesting about Remix is they built it for Remix. They didn't build it for the client side case. So they basically were just like, okay, loader server, like right off the top. You haven't missed too much. I'm just talking about the past being nostalgic. But what I'm getting at is these pieces were why I kind of went for server functions. What I didn't recognize or respect at the time was things that were added by that both Quick and Next ended up doing, which is that, and this is where I get into the JS APIs. I was still returning JSON with my server functions, basically, right? I was like, okay, this is like an API endpoint. You can return whatever you want, really, but let's face it, I was JSON stringifying it. And then we're like, okay, well, can we return something more interesting? Maybe, I don't know. We had the standard request response object, so people could always just sort of return a response and like send what they want. But like, I wasn't really supporting much there. It's like whatever you can send in a response, you can do. But the interesting thing is, Quick, who was already doing crazy, like chopping things up. See, their stuff was the other way, right? Server functions were like, how do I split out code from my client code that I can get back to on the server? Whereas at the time, Quick was all the other direction. It was like, how do I like split out the the client code from the server code that would only go on the client. They were worried about that initial render, not after the fact. They'd created a whole bunch of mechanisms for how to serialize crazy different types of objects, things that like you shouldn't be able to serialize. Like obviously everyone who has Suspense is streaming serializes promises, but like we'd special case that. Quick was like, oh yeah, just throw a promise here. You could basically do whatever, serialize whatever you want. Serialize a stream, serialize like any kind of object that you could throw at it. And on the React side, part of this anything you could throw at it is JSX. So, because they saw this thing where they're like, we can realistically, because we control the JavaScript on both sides, we can actually now send something across the wire to execute essentially, even though like a JSON API can't do that. Like there's only so much you can like come up with a data representation and send it across, but then the client's not going to get the exact same data on the other side because like you turn a data into an object with these keys. You need something on the client side to go, okay, now return this object back into a data object. And that sort of back and forth play is when you control both sides, gives you incredible amount of power. Yeah, slightly off. How do you deal with version change when your client code runs an old version of than the server code? Yeah. And this is like one of the things. Like this is a classic RPC shortcoming, like 100%. Like when people design APIs for RPCs and stuff, and then you end up with like, it's funny because the versioning starts becoming like changing function names. Like you start going like, I don't know, mutate users 1, mutate users 2. Well, there's a couple of things. I want to keep the whole concept of like the get and the mutation as separate zones, because I think this is part of what makes things different this time, is that like an example of it is versioning is definitely a concern, but I'm going to loop back to it in 2 seconds. What I want to say first is picture if like this is why things like server components come into the picture, because if you are you have these RPCs and you can fetch things literally anywhere. You just like call a function, and at a certain point you're like, man, you don't even know which functions you're calling. You're just like, okay, I'm going to call this function all over the place. Maybe like it's almost a good thing you can't await inside the components, because then like people just like awaiting all over the place. Well, creating these crazy waterfalls. There is basically stuff like RCs push most of that stuff to happen on the server. So, if you did have a bunch of separate calls, then they're not going to like overload your network with a bunch of things. At least your client to server network. The thing that I wanted to kind of point out there, and Greg pointed out earlier, is our server functions aren't necessarily network calls on the server. Like they don't, like they're just function calls. So like they're not RPCs on the server. So if you wrap something in a server function and then call it on the server, I mean, you'd be like, why are you doing that? But like if you're calling it during SSR, it doesn't necessarily have to be a remote call, so to speak. So it's just a function call. So like that whole like all over the place thing, like obviously designing your app around all these async awaiting patterns is dangerous. And we have a solution for that in the client. We've been doing it for years. It's called hoisting. Like there's a reason why there's route data loader patterns and all this stuff. The client's always suffered this risk. Does making it so easy to fetch data or communicate with the server increase this risk? Probably. But I mean, on the other hand, like you were going to get it from another source anyways. So like architecturally, it probably just changed it. Like if you need to go get the user, it doesn't matter whether I'm using RPC or fetch. Like I'm going to need to go get the user. Like what this ties into versioning is, yes, these mechanisms are very tied to each other to the point that like long-lived client considerations are definitely a concern. It's like people, well, I mean, it's like people who version their JSON APIs internally, right? Like, I understand there's that time period where you do the update. I think in terms of this, we need to consider solutions outside the RPC zone completely, because this has always been it's like the PWA problem. Like, this has always been the problem with the client, where you basically have something, a long-lived session that outlives the backend that it's talking to, and this is true with code splitting, or like any kind of server request where you're like looking for assets. Like, maybe you can get the old version, but for how long, so to speak. So yes, this is a lot of this is very much assuming this very tight coupling. So because we control both sides, that the client and the server will match. I doubt very much people are literally going to be like making get user 2, get user 3 in these kind of scenarios for versioning. So it is a trade-off. But I mean GraphQL was kind of like that too. They used to say don't version GraphQL APIs. But again, I mean, the trade-off there was like you would be adding, new fields, new imports, because like their whole mentality was like you just ask for more each time. I think that from the get side, especially with stuff like server components, you're a little bit more protected. From the mutation side, it could definitely be a thing, right? Because you go hit the mutation, there's a new version, it's different. Whereas then you go re-render most of the page on the server, the client isn't the thing that gets out of date. Anyways, that's why I gave the roundabout response. I hope that kind of answers it a little bit. Okay, let's see how we do in chat. Just keep old versions running lambdas. Yeah, but it's interesting. Yeah. Ember's bytecode. I remember that. To be fair, um, there's trade-offs in performance. So like, but there are similarities. Definitely, like their compiled templates are very smart. RPC from server to server runs into so many issues. Cookie auth. Okay, just reading this. Yeah. Because I guess if you assume that the servers are longer lived than the clients, RPC server to server would definitely be a bigger issue, because most people's sessions on their client like don't last nearly as long. Whereas like this is a real concern when you have like these long-lived servers. That's interesting. Do I think so? This is happening already. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is what I'm kind of getting at. People looking at this are already using Remix, Next.js, SolidStart, SvelteKit, whatever. Like, you're already doing all your stuff in JavaScript anyways. Like, this is the assumption here. Like, it doesn't work otherwise. So like, you've already bought that ticket, right? I yeah. He's going back and too much cheaper. Yeah. I mean, the interesting thing is, yeah. I mean, I think it's definitely possible to create this protocol in a different language, so to say, as long as you can like generate the JavaScript, so to speak. It's just the fact that the client understands JavaScript makes JavaScript the best language to talk to it in. That's essentially where we're at right now. And the obvious Leptos kind of um, reference. So what do I even mean by us, communicating in JavaScript, so to speak? Because this was something that I honestly don't know if this is gonna work. I was committing stuff. Remind me later. Like right up to the last minute here. I'm actually going to pull the latest in the Vinci branch, and we're just gonna play for a bit. Let me see. What do I have unmerged here? Not solid. Do I still have this open? No. Where is it? SolidStart. What am I doing here? Oh, right. I was trying to get the client stuff working last time. Why am I doing a... Let's just abort this for a second, sorry. Like, why am I doing a merge? Okay, this looks clean now. Okay. Yay. Okay. Nice. Because I'm just going to use Solid as an example. Because let's start a little first thing. Is there a difference between server functions and server actions? Let's chat about that while I do my install here. And the answer is actually yes, but it's a more subtle difference than you probably realize, right? And this could be my distinguishing difference. But when I was working on server functions are just that, literally the protocol, like the RPC style functions. You make a function, you call it, returns result. But actions have specific semantics in terms of routing, right? And this is coming back to Ryan Florence and his whole thing, right? Because for actions to work, like they need to, do something. Like there's some special stuff going on. Like you can do a redirect, right? I mean, you could, in theory, do a redirect, say with a server function itself, and almost in all cases, you probably want to be able to handle that. But like, there's this question of who and what's handling the redirect then, because if it implies a router, doesn't it? Like, because if you return a redirect, like I don't know how many people know this, but if you open a browser and you return like a 302 redirect with a location header, even from a JSON API, like I'm not talking about from like a full form post full navigation. I'm talking about like even from a JSON API, you're just like calling using fetch, and you return a 302 status. It actually redirects the browser on you, which is not what you want when you're doing client side routing. So like it's like just returning a redirect isn't enough to tell like the whole story, because you assume there's a router on the other side that knows how to handle that piece. And I think that for me is at least what separates the pure the pure server function mechanism from the, say, action mechanism. So like going back to my silly playground here, whatever syntax I chose to use here for use server or whatever, this is where the confusing part comes in, doesn't necessarily imply, to me at least, action or not, right? Like in React, I know that their server functions, they treat them all as actions, which assumes something about routing. But generally speaking, this doesn't have to mean anything different from this. It's like, how do you wrap the function? There are differences in this API. Couple really obvious ones is right now this doesn't think it's an async function, right? It should be, because if we went to the server, this should be an async function. It should be a promise of whatever. Like set count's a terrible example. Return hi, right? Now it's a promise of string, but before I added async here, TypeScript incorrectly thought it was string. Whereas if, server function, this server $ could ensure that even if you didn't put async here, that it actually ends up being async. Minor thing, but just something to be aware of. So there are like differences. Another interesting difference is if I make a convention here that like the first thing I pass to the server $sign is say a function, then I can also pass like options here, and I can configure it. There's no real configuration with use server. But then there's another difference. I can also put use server at the top of the file. I can define it at different levels of block scope. So there are differences that come from the syntax that do impact what you can do with it mechanically, but it doesn't actually necessarily have to change the semantics of it. Yeah. It probably needs a location header, otherwise it doesn't know where to redirect to. Yeah. That's a bad point. Well, okay. I mean, the reason that Next is talking about invalidating routes is because their get is a page or a page partial. Like they're actually returning. It's not HTML, but we can pretend that the JSX is serialized back as HTML, and that they like diff it and do stuff. But like essentially, they return the markup. So for them, it is the page. You know what I mean? Like the client no longer sees what the separate data fetches are. They just see the page. I think this is a very powerful model because it does reduce the, from the client perspective, like all the touch points. It does reduce the potential for waterfalls on the client. It does ensure performance. The downside, obviously, is that it alone doesn't prevent waterfalls on the server, which is why you should still be very strict and use really good patterns for data fetching on the server. Just because you use server components doesn't mean you don't have to worry about waterfalls, for example, right? So I do understand why they're using path-based, right? Like a lot of the stuff that I've been working on Solid has been about bridging the gap. But it's starting from a place of where we are today and not just jumping to where we want to get to. So invalidating a long path is fair. And I think a generic enough invalidation process should be able to handle both. Yes, that is how we've been doing it in SolidStart so far. The only thing that I really didn't like about this was that like I was making these custom $signs. I didn't talk about this as like a bad trade-off, but these $signs do require compilation, and while create server action $sign just compiled down to server $sign with a wrapper, I got to a point where I realized that we just hit more and more and more permutations, to the point that I basically wanted to get rid of all the special $signs, like keep server $sign, but get rid of the rest. I realized that almost like a month after I released beta, like almost immediately, I was just like, yeah, no, that all those like $sign APIs are too much. Like, is it really that painful to be explicit and ask someone to wrap the server $sign? It makes it explicit for them. Sure, the create does, but then the create server action, the problem was the same thing. We had this convention where you were like, okay, well, it has to be the first argument. So there were cases where you want in Solid's case for create server action, where you wanted to do the reactive tracking, kind of make it a resource. Like I had to change the order of the arguments to follow the convention, and it was non-intuitive. So yes and no. Yeah, I mean, one of the interesting things that people don't realize about these APIs, and I'm not sure I follow your questions completely, is that it doesn't matter on either of these APIs, is that it has to wrap the end user code here. You can't make APIs around this. Like if I wanted to like do like make increment, let me explain. Like, yeah, let me do this. Like this is fine. This example, like if I kind of did like, you know, like whatever, I don't really care about the arguments. Like this is fine, but if you wanted to like this, it's hard to like, you can't do this and then like, I'm trying to think of the best way to explain this. You can't like call the function with, you know, options. What's the best way to, I'm trying to think of the best way to try and explain this. It like, there's this composition problem where essentially with all the server functions, the end user has to be the one who actually passes the function. These don't compose in the classic sense when you try and like make your own incrementer or whatever, because these all become a single server function. So like, I mean, obviously I'm passing this stuff as options, which then, yeah, I'm doing a terrible job of explaining this. I'm sorry. Like you're not, unless you know to transform something, like these basically have to sit at the level that they're wrapping. I wish I had a better, if I was more prepared, I would have had a better example of this. We saw this with like PRPC, trying to add Zod validation. And he originally was trying to just wrap a server function and then like, you know, basically have the client like get the validation in so that you could just like make the call and then have the server do the validation. And I'm like, you're now serializing Zod schemas across the wire for no reason. Like there was no way that he could put the Zod schema inside the end user server function without the end user doing it. Does that make any more sense? Like you like, yeah, you can't do this. Very easily, because now this function needs to be serializable, like the closure here, right? Like you might as you might as well, like, we don't do closure extraction, but for sake of argument here, like it's kind of doing this. Like this now needs to be serializable, which means that the reference to the instance of the function you create somewhere needs to now, you know, be its own dollar sign, essentially, like its own export. And you can do this with Quick and make custom dollar sign things and do this, but this was like a zone that's like a lot, right? So I do think it's important to point out right now that like, while you can wrap the inside of a server function, so you can make add behavior, you can, you know, and same with the use server, right? You can technically like wrap something here. You know, you can like call a function around whatever you're doing inside the server function. You can also, you know, sorry, it's funny because this one doesn't need to use server. My bad. And I guess you can also like do like a wrap here on the inside. You can wrap outside, you know, and you can wrap outside. The one thing that you can't do is like inject it in like this, really, because serializing arbitrary functions requires like its own reference system. It's, as I said, there, you could try and do it automatically, but in Quick's case, they actually force you to have another dollar sign, essentially. Like you have a dollar sign within a dollar sign, and then like do this kind of thing. You need a generic system that can handle that. And Next does not do that. We don't do that. Like it's doable, but honestly, I'm trying to explain all this to say that like you don't even really necessarily want to get into this zone necessarily. It might be nice from a composition, and this is one property that I do kind of envy on that, and it's a good point of why where server dollar sign is, or the $ operator in general is more generic than using these use server. But it's like, it's this very specific case, I think. Anyway, so catching up with chat here. How we doing? Server $I can go inside node modules, but like, yes, what would it be doing? Like, you, my initial example was a better example. Like, you could put, instead of thinking of it like this, you could think of it like, you could be like, you take like whatever you, like, instead of passing this function through, you can be like, here's my API, passing in some options, and then you could be like this is fine, so to speak, right? Because I'm assuming that the module creates the server function, and then the person calling it is just going to pass like the thing. This is fine. It's the idea that the end user supplies the function that becomes the server function, and then you as the consumer can inject stuff into it. Okay. Challenge part with doing keywords is then you like, what parser is going to support that for you? Like, a lot of this stuff comes from the fact that like we get to still use Acorn or like whatever parser behind Babel or all the other tooling. We didn't have to invent a language for it. Inventing a language, I have a whole stream about it. It's something you're gonna be a maniac if you want to do that. Like, kudos to those. But like, even Svelte, which kind of invented a language, keeps that in a very like specific scope of how they like process it. Like, they have like a kind of SFC, but then you have JavaScript in that SFC. They're not just like changing JavaScript syntax in the middle of their code. Like, so they don't even do it. That's like this is like Marco level stuff, I think. SSR and worth on. Yeah, no, I hard disagree on this. This isn't true. I think it's fine for a lot of things, but you'll never convince the huge e-commerce market that this is the case. Yeah, but as I said, this goes beyond even what Svelte does. Yeah, it depends on if you're doing world markets. Honestly, the thing is, we're getting to a point with, I mean, basically, if you believe that the SSR thing isn't worth it, the whole stream today is probably a waste of time too, because we are, if we're leveraging the fact that both pieces of code are kind of running on the both sides. Like, don't get me wrong, we can use these server functions with a client only bundle with a JavaScript backend, and SolidStart will support that. Obviously, does support that. Not in current version, but it supports it in beta 2. But like, and I guess that makes it a little easier than API endpoints, but like, it's kind of like we're only here because we're already here. Does Marco have, no, Marco is an MPA framework, kind of like Astro. It's kind of funny. Astro's really like become the hallmark for it now, but like, picture Marco is like, other like Astro's gone really hard on the content side and stuff, and they have like features like that content collections, but like the core mechanics of Astro, just pretend like the version that's like from 10 years ago, and that's what Marco is. With RCs, when refreshing route to fetch some new data, it's all client state sent with the refresh request to update. No, no. The server component stuff is set as Marco, and the client state is serialized as props. so then it updates. So in a sense, yes, the props coming in are, it, but like, I don't know. It depends. There is a branch difference between like, yeah, I don't know. You could be, the answer could be yes or no depending what part of it you're talking about specifically. But generally speaking, just so I can say it mechanically, you hit a refresh on it, it will render all the server components, and those server components, part of rendering them is rendering the props for the client components. Then it will diff the result of that against what's already there, and then that diffing will show that the props have changed, which will trigger the client components to re-render. Have you seen Quick's Astro? No, I haven't looked closely at it. Seen relevant today since the compiler server actions. If I'm, yeah, they probably. I mean, Quick City had server actions, so I can understand. Like I would imagine it's the same thing. See, Quick has like a lot of these features. For I told you for us, or for me personally, it started as a proxy mechanism, then it went to a compiler mechanism. But ultimately, to make these features work properly, it's a bundler mechanism. You actually want to separate the code and use server, at least on the server, or sorry, at least in the client, because it's not in the server, into like a separate endpoint, a separate thing, because then it's not impacted by where it's declared. It'd be very, very awkward if you use server somewhere and then only call the function from like page that you didn't initially load. Then you client navigate to that page and then find out that when you try to go use it, because the server never loaded the code to register the server function, that the endpoint isn't there. We hit this in SolidStart. That's why I'm talking about this in real story. So it has to be a bundler consideration for generating these server functions. That being said, my understanding of the Quick Astro integration is it's mostly like little, like Quick works as basically islands and Astro's handling the router. I can see server functions working. I don't know if server actions work, which is an interesting thing. If they hooked into the Astro's new view transition API, I guess they could do something. But then again, Astro doesn't really do diffing. It does persistence of islands, but there's a difference, especially when it comes to global state in the client, which we talked about. So yeah, it's funny because a lot of people use these terms interchangeably, but I never have. So for me, there is a distinct difference between server actions and server functions. I think I'm classifying what's in Quick's Astro integration as server functions, not server actions, but I could be wrong. What's this Astro thing? Is this Matthew Phillips with a different username? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, yes, co-location does make tree shaking difficult. I actually love his example there because if you can make the assumption that stuff is side effect free, tree shaking is actually completely simple, right? And the ironic thing is most client libraries are written in such a way that they're side effect free. What I mean by that is if I have a server function, I'm just gonna put it top level to make it really obvious what I mean. So I'm gonna use I don't care. Let's just call this server function, okay? And then I'm just gonna use this use server mechanism. It doesn't matter. But then I go like await, and we'll put async here. And I go await database dot update user with these options, whatever. And it's inside like a client component thing. The funny thing is import, DB from server only thing. It is really easy for a bundler to be like, oh yeah. And they do this all the time. They go, okay, because the bundling process pulls this thing out, you basically get two versions of the file. You get a version of the file that is just this. I'm going to remove this use server here. And you get a version of the file that doesn't have this. And in the version that just has this, so this disappears. None of this is here. It goes, okay, render, no symbol, remove it. Create signal, no signal, remove it. DB, keep it. And it becomes just this. And then in the thing where this is masked and not here, it goes, okay, not there. So then it goes count, it loads create signal, yes. Render, yes. DB, no. And it removes this. And the same thing for constants, same thing, like, even like this, const my secret. La 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 la. Again, same thing. Like, you notice how until I use this, it was like this. But bundlers can tell that super easily. Again, not a problem. However, even though almost every client library is written side effect free, you find almost no server libraries are side effect free. So this database thing is probably, unless it's like wrapped in your module that is side effect free, they go, oh, I don't know if this is side effect free. I don't know if I can assume this. See, Rich Harris did something really smart in early versions of Rollup, where he said, well, if the symbol isn't here, like there as that or there, I'm gonna just tree shake it out, and I'm only going to keep it if someone does it like this. Then I'll be like, okay, clearly if like they're importing this and there's no symbol involved, then this thing has side effects. And early Rollup, it's so funny. I actually stayed on old versions of Rollup way past when I should have because of these kind of optimizations. Because for benchmarks and stuff, because Rollup, I guess they hit some crazy edge case where they couldn't do this one thing. And me as a user, Rollup didn't want them to fix that edge case. Like I relied on this kind of behavior, but they had to fix it for one very specific case. And I think this is Rich going through the pain of watching the perfect tree shaking thing break apart because of these edge cases is why he's skeptical of it now. Because he was like, man, I had the perfect thing, it worked perfectly, and now because of these edge cases, I know that it could never easily be solved, even though it makes like the 1% case. Not even. So I can respect where Rich is coming from, but like on the other hand, and this is what Nikhil, I believe, has been doing, we can do the same thing Rollup used to do. I'm just throwing it out there. It like this already works in a lot of cases. It's just in those like specific cases that it doesn't. And yeah, I mean, it's tricky because I wonder how much of that is legacy code versus like the way things should work. I don't know. I mean, the answer always is you can always pull into another file. But like, this is the crux of this whole tree shaking issue. Since server components there, how about a server real-time components? Like, would it describe the events of the server and we need to request some data? I mean, you talk about like setting up a WebSocket connection. I mean, it's an interesting idea. The biggest thing is I don't feel like that's the right use for server components. Let me explain. Server components generally are for when you want to, you're like, I'm going to the server, I'm going to do everything anyways. It's like a navigation thing. This is a routing consideration. It's when you do the big changes. If you set up a WebSocket and you're sitting there and you're sending these server component diffs all the time, like, unless you optimize the diffs, which is hard to do in the server component case, let me explain, because the client owns a state, not the server. I mean, there is a kind of a hybrid, but it's like ultimately global, like the client actually becomes a source of truth, it's still React, like even in this model, because of like the presence. Like, don't get me wrong, server can't read that global state, so you could be sending back these diffs, but like if you're interacting and updating the client in small piecewise portions, you're better to use client components, right? I mean, people can go build this stuff, but then it's a completely different expectation on the back end if you're gonna have a persistent backend. Like I was playing with Phoenix Live View, or not Phoenix, the Live View JS, a little while back, and I was amazed at how simple and nice the model was. But like the prerequisite of like, oh yeah, and you need a server that's persistent with WebSockets, that's a big prerequisite. So like, my gut is in this zone, you would actually set up client components to do the WebSocket connection. But there's no way this would be built into the core part of the mechanism. I don't think. Like, you could view the server function calls as a way to trigger that. I'll show what I talk about. Like, I mean, server functions can return lots, but you could also just set up a WebSocket and like that's fine too. I like that instead of a real browser. Well, I mean, this aligns with what I've been saying for a while now, that React has been trying to reinvent the browser, right? Like, I mean, we all have been to a certain degree with our client rendering stuff, right? We took over the routing, like it's just like every piece of it, even the DOM, like it's a virtual DOM. Like it's funny because the DOM itself is a retained mode, mutatable thing, and React likes to pretend it's not. So it's like they are kind of just like taking their like mental model and just forcing it on everything else, so you don't have to deal with what's underneath. So I can buy Dev's thing. Yeah, I guess it came from me originally. I'm not surprised. Yeah, I mean, you can, as I said, that's always a solution, but it's like also kind of a bit like why can't I do a lot of things if I could like just do them, right? Anyway, I'm kind of I lost my train of thought here for a moment. We were talking about some of the semantic differences between the different syntaxes, but like sorry, they don't actually have to have semantic differences, but they do have mechanical differences between the different syntaxes. And we were talking about tree shaking. I'm just trying to get back where I was. Okay. Oh, you might have to film it today. That sounds fun. Okay, so again, check out Code and Life. It sounds like Theo will be there. Okay, so yeah, one of the biggest things that we've kind of seen while I've been talking about this is like when you put everything in a React server component kind of mindset, like all the pieces kind of laid together together. You can kind of see like they all kind of work in tandem. But one of the challenges and stuff I was thinking about was like how does it go beyond like that into what we're doing today, right? And that's why I was installing and employing the project. But yeah, I wanted to kind of, it's been a while. I've been working like crazy on the router, and I think this stuff should all be implemented. But I wanted to kind of talk a bit about, let's just start with server functions. I'm just going to open, um, is this client side SSR false right now? It doesn't really matter. Let's just see if this actually works. Let's open the bear example. I call it. This doesn't. Oh right, I need the router. Never mind. Actually, for this, I don't need the router. Sorry, I'm talking to myself a little bit. Because we're just gonna play with server functions for a minute. Okay. So I'm gonna show off this bear example, and spoiler for people who aren't aware of this, Solid is using use server now. I switched off server $. I know you guys really liked server $, but the bundling consideration and alignment with React is great. So the reason I'm showing this example, because it's SSR false. Okay, so this is, let me just show the setup here. It's so small because I'm so blown up. But essentially, this is our create React app. SSR false. This is SolidStart still, but it's basically I put a counter inside a component. This is the whole app. There's no router. I think it's like 5 kilobytes. This is literally create React app. It's not even server rendered. So if I go back here and I open localhost 3000, we have this, and it's yeah. This page is nothing, but we're gonna play with server functions because we can. So let's just make a server function here. Now, I'm trusting that Nikhil has fixed some bugs because inlining them was hard before, but let's make a function. What do we want it to do? Greeting? Yeah, we'll make a greeting function, and then we'll go use server, and what would we want? We want its name. Actually, we'll just say it's a string, and then we'll return hello. Yeah, I don't have Copilot on this computer. I've become very reliant on Copilot recently. I didn't realize how much. It's really fun to get rid of monotonous stuff. Okay, so what are we going to do now? We're going to add another button that I think we add another button. And then on click. Now, I don't really want to serialize the event across the wire, and that's why there's a different API there. So we aren't just going to replace the on click directly, like my stream title. We're just going to go console.log await, which means I'll need a sync greeting. Okay, so we'll just do this. Now, keep in mind, I have not tested stuff like this. I've been like doing the more targeted stuff. Oh, right, I'm missing a name. I'm gonna say world for now. I know that's really lame. So if I'm, oh right, and my button actually needs text, doesn't it? I mean, I saw it there. You saw it there too, but let's actually put something in here. So we want to be like click. All right. So hopefully, if I open the console here and I click this, this actually works. Okay, yeah. So we get our hello world. Unsurprisingly, we said a bunch of stuff, right? And we can now. I'm not doing any crazy closure extraction stuff, so we can do. I haven't added bind yet, but we can add bind. But I mean, I think you guys get the idea here. Now this is going to error because it needs a number, and we're just going to stick count in here. This is just so I can sanity check that we are doing different things, right? We go click hello world 0 a bunch of times, click this, now it's hello world 3. Okay, this is not rocket scientist, but what is cool is let's actually look over this network about what's actually getting sent here when I do this. Am I filtering something? What am I doing here? Let's actually see. I must be filtering something. What am I filtering? It's so weird because this is clearly doing stuff, but it's not. I'm not seeing the fetch XHR request. Let's refresh the page. This is weird. It's like I wonder. Okay, well let's confirm that this is actually on the server, eh? That's probably the first problem we have here, isn't it? Because yeah, see this tells me it's not on the server. So strike one on our little experiment here. Okay. All right. So let's go back here again, and let's assume that the problem is this, and let's SSR the app. All right. Let's try this again. No, it's just straight up broken. That's what I want to see in the stream. Straight up broken. All right. Let's make sure that I'm not missing anything very obvious here, but I don't think I am. It's so funny because it's like one of those like used on my computer kind of scenarios. Let's open up a different example, one that has working server functions, and actually see if the bare example is just cursed, or if in fact let's look here. Okay, interesting. Yeah. See? Okay, this is interesting. It might be that in dev you see both versions. Do you know what I mean? Because here I'm seeing the server functions, like what the that's interesting. Yeah, this is a dev versus bundler build kind of thing. That's going to be confusing the demo. Okay, how can I show that it's actually happening on the server or not is a good question. I never thought that that okay. Yeah, let me think here. Cuz yeah, this is actually a little bit annoying to demo here. This was the danger of me oh, know what I can do? I can use solids is server. Let's just sanity check here whether this stuff is actually doing what we think it's doing. Let's go import is server from solid.js web. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. It'd be hilarious if I know it works because the auth example that attaches the sessions would never work otherwise, but it's amusing to me that because of dev mode and beat, I can't actually show you guys what I'm talking about. Let's see if this works. Please say true. Okay, so the bare example is broken. It is clearly client side. What happens when I bundle it? Let's humor me here. Build. This is why you try stuff before you node examples bare, because that, let's see here. Yeah, it is definitely client side. Yeah. Yeah, the problem is I need to get past this point because what I need to actually show is the responses coming in, right? Like now that we know, I mean, okay, let's sanity check Hacker News too. There's a very high chance that this is something that broke in like literally the last update that was done. Network fetch XCR. Okay, those are server functions. Yeah, okay, so yeah, okay. Very interesting. I wonder if this is like something really stupid, like it's because it's not using the file system routing. That seems really dumb though. So it's definitely working in the Hacker News example. Okay, let's just continue on. What I wanted to show you was actually the serialized output from the Hacker News example, because if you look at this, this is not JSON. I mean, it's JSON, but it's not just JSON. This actually has deduping capabilities in the response, but we're actually seeing it construct code. I wanted to show something really cool here, which is that this is what I mean by JavaScript APIs. This serialization is very much the same as this serialization that we use for when we initially render the page. So this stuff has superpowers. The fact this bare example is just cursed. I'm just not okay. We're gonna try one more thing because I have no clue why the bare example doesn't work. We're gonna go now to the basic example, which you're like, what's the basic example? Well, it's the one that brings the router in, and so it actually has a routes folder with a router, and we're gonna try the same thing essentially. We're gonna just oh right, not the right thing. Okay, why did I delete what I did already? See, I have this terrible thing that tendency that like when I something doesn't work, I just delete it immediately. And that's probably like the worst thing you could do a lot of the times, because it's like you learned something from what you were doing before, maybe. But okay. Right, and it was, we're not going to have the count this time. We're just going to prove this thing actually runs on the server. So we're just going to return hello name, and then, because yeah, we're just getting started. This would be very sad if we can't get past just getting started here. Because it, yeah, I mean, okay, sanity check first. Greeting, hi, okay. Let's do basic dev. Okay. Now, what we should see is when we load this page, it should console log on both sides, because we're literally calling it from both sides. Am I like not on the right app in the right route? I'm just, this is just odd. Basic example in dev, in the basic example routes index. Page definitely loaded. Greeting. Oh, you have the console log. You guys are probably like all telling me this right now in the chat, and I'm not looking at you. Sorry. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I'm hello. Hi. Hello. Hi. Thank you. Okay. So it's running on both sides. The question is the $1,000,000 question. Well, actually, I don't need to go as far as like this. I can literally just look at the network tab, and we should see a fetch if this is working properly. Yeah, so there's something wrong with the inline server functions right off the bat. So we're going to take this to another level here. We are going to, for the sake of this, even though I have examples with working inline server functions, we are now going to make a new file. Why am I just not here? Okay. And we're going to call this api.ts. We're just going to use server right along the top, and we're going to do this. We're just going to put this in here. Export. And then we are going to import greeting from /API. And we're going to spell it properly as well. I must be just doing something stupidly wrong, and I don't know what's going on here. This is like so weird. This is like we have examples working with server functions. Am I like spelling it wrong? Like Hacker News example works. Routes, or sorry, lib API. Use server. Oh my god. I'm gonna be on Nikhil's case like crazy if this is a quotes problem. Like I was using Oh man. We can probably clean up the output for the no return, but oh. Okay. We're back on schedule. Okay. Okay, so was that everything? Is it really just because I like being stylish with my quotes? Let's go back here and bring back this version and change this to double quotes. Let's change this to double quotes. Okay. All right. Yeah. We can delete this API. Yeah. All right. See? Yeah. And if I added a button here that was like click on click equals greeting and then I click here. Yeah, we found it. There we go. You leak secrets by yeah, to be fair, most of the time, if it doesn't work, you're going to get a failure anyways because you're using some server specific module and you suddenly it's going to be like the browser is going to be immediately like, what the hell are you trying to do loading node APIs? No, we will just fix it to look for different shapes of quotes. Oh man. Okay. So right now we're not doing anything too interesting. We're just console logging. Okay. Now we're back at our starting point. Okay. I'm not insane. I actually kind of want to try this with client only mode now. I wish I could like go all the way back, but I don't. I'm also too lazy to. Well, let me see here. This is basic. If I go back to bare and I click undone a bunch of times, will it work? Yeah. Okay. Let's do bare. Because I want to prove to myself, at least, that this works with client-side routing, like CSR mode. Okay. So, do we see the page flicker? Like, is this... Yeah, the app's in there, but if I look at the source over the network, and I look at what I served from the page, localhost, I am not going to see a rendered app. I am going to see some stuff from the index page, and yes, div app div is empty. So this is a client rendered page. This is CSR page, and when I go to my fetch request and I click it, okay, it's still wait. I'm just not. I gotta apply the fix first, right? There we go. Bam. Okay. Is this a thing? Are you not allowed to use the other quotes? I thought that this was. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, okay. So like Nikhil was basing his work on Next. The same Vinci thing that we use under SolidStart here to do the server bundling works in Nikhil's React framework, which is basically a Next clone. He did all. You guys love this. He came on stream to tell us this, but he did this all because Next built too slow for him. He literally just like was like, okay, Next is building too slow. I'm gonna build it on Vite instead. Like, so yes, he doesn't have all the Vercel features, but like he has working server component framework on Vite. Anyway, yeah. So yes, we can have CSR with server-side actions. Yes. Anyways, this is part of the story, right? Like today you have create React app, and now you can just do this. Yeah, use strict doesn't allow. Yeah, okay. So Nikhil isn't wrong. I'm just an idiot. Okay. This is how you learn that you're an idiot on live stream. All right. All right. Okay. And actually, our console. Oh, and it's also how you learn that there's bugs in the implementation too. That's interesting. What's wrong with this? What's going wrong here? This is new. This wasn't bugging out on me before. Oh, do you know what it is? I know what it is. I know. Uh, damn it. It's gonna have to do another release. Uh, Seroval here. Uh, right before the stream, I updated Solid, and yes, uh, I'm hoping that this is the problem. I think Alexis did a update to Seroval like just now to the 15s, and did this actually update anything? I'm hoping that this is it. Otherwise, like, I don't want to go back to a version that was actually working properly. It make me sad. Damn it. Okay. I'm just gonna double check the. It's funny because the Hacker News example was working, right? Like, it was not doing this. It's like this is so I basically just go on stream to basically. Do you know what it is? Okay, we're done with the basic example. The basic example is cursed. I'm willing to bet that it's because it doesn't flush those helpers until you start streaming a response, and the basic example, or actually maybe if I turn off uh sorry, bear. Maybe if I turn on SSR or just remove this, it'll probably work. I think there's a high likelihood that the missing helpers for this to work are serialized into the page during SSR and aren't there. Nope. Okay, so that's just broken. Let's move on. Let's go back to basic. Because I think basic was working, right? All right, let's go basic. Why am I just having like such a good time here? Oh, right, because it's only console logging on the server. Funny. The basic example, not the bear example. The basic example that I was doing here was console logging instead of returning. So we want to return, and we want to console.log, greeting that we have to await in a async function. Oh. Okay. Yeah, we're just going with the bear examples cursed, okay? Now it's console logging in the client. It's coming in over the network beautifully. Yeah, we're done with you. I'm not even going to be tempted by you again, bear example. You've messed me up multiple times on the stream. It's like, you are done. Bye-bye. Okay. All right. Let's the difference between the bear and the basic example is basically I had SSR true and false, but it's also that it doesn't have the router. And I don't know what the router has to do with it, but I'm gathering there's no suspense boundary in the bear example, which means that it's not serializing the stuff that Alexis is expecting, and I need to talk to him about that. Basically, requiring suspense to exist to use server functions is a bug that we should be able to fix. Anyway, okay. So what I wanted to show here in this example is that this response is kind of interesting, right? So what if I did something like this? New promise. What is it? Why am I? I'm just like brain done now. Resolve, yeah. Resolve. 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 Actually, you know what? Let's make this more fun. Let's put a set timeout on this, and let's say it resolves after 3 seconds. Okay, format this. Okay, so I'm gonna click it now. Does that work? Let me just see here. So I'm gonna click it again. That wasn't really interesting though, eh? Because it like literally just broke the whole thing. I think it's because of the way promise chaining works. What if like it just held the whole thing? So I mean that's not too interesting. I just faked a slower response. But what if I did something like this? What if I returned an object that had like something on it, like it's because you know how promise chaining works, like promise then it resolves them all. But the new object is like delayed. Let's return an object that has a new promise on it. Let's make this more fun. Now what will happen? I'm just curious. Okay, that responded really fast. Oh, what? You guys see that? Let's do it again. Nothing. Oh, there it is. Huh. Bunch of more code is serialized here to do this, but let's change our code in here inside our greeting. The reason I'm demoing this, as I said, I haven't come up with a good demo for this yet, is I want to show just how this works mechanically, because if we have our res here and we console.log what this res is, and let's add something else here. Oh, sorry, it's not waiting, it's immediate. I love TypeScript in these kind of cases, right? It knew that I made a code mistake here. And let's try this again. Let's look what happens when I click. Loading. Hello world. That's kind of interesting, eh? So it's interesting because the preview here doesn't show it till it completely comes in, but these are actually like this expression gets sent down in the first chunk, and then this expression gets sent down in the next chunk, right? So like this is why I'm trying to get to the point of like the benefit of basically, like, don't get me wrong, we could have just waited for the whole thing, but we're serializing an object that has another promise in it and chaining the promises, right? We could make an async iterator and go through, and then every time the server does an update, like, you know, basically stream in those results. Can you call something like the Postman? No. Like, I mean, yes, but what's Postman going to do with it? You can call it with Postman. You're gonna get this. It'll be streamed in, but what's Postman going to do with this? I like that this is all prettier fried. Obviously, what we actually send looks more like this, right? But like, you can send it with Postman, but this is what I'm talking about. These are not JSON APIs. These are JavaScript APIs. Is that promise resolved on the server? Yes. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, like this is kind of how Solid's rendering works with Suspense, right? We just we send a promise, and then it has another promise on it, and then as they finish, the stream just keeps on sending the stuff in, right? But this is also, it can be nested, it can be deep. This automatically dedupes as well. I mean, string is a terrible example, but I wonder if I want to try this. Do you want to try this? Let's. I mean, we're not going to get much satisfaction on the loading thing, but I want to see what the. I want to see. I mean, a string is a string, so I don't know. Will it? Will it? Um, when we click this, I want to see what this response looks like. Okay, so string did not end up doing it because I see loading here twice. But what if I have my response be an object like const b? I'm testing this stuff. I have not tried it myself, and I'm going to put ID1. Let's just put something on here, and then we go immediate b resolve b. What's going to happen? Do we know? See, reference? Yeah, it's because it doesn't do a reference for string. So R1 is the R object, and then the second promise is resolved again with R1. So it actually only serialized the object once. Okay, yeah. You want me to log the timestamps? Sure. Yeah. Let's do this. So console.log, let's just do date now, and let's go start, and then inside resolve b, should we return it? We go okay. So first thing we should notice here is that when I go with my console, you're not getting the start end. You're getting them on the server. And you can see that this is roughly 3 seconds later, right? 47,000 to 50,000. So, yeah. Yeah. So, like, it's funny. Misco does these kind of demos like all the time with Quick. This is how React actions like mechanically, like they also do stuff like this. This is how they like do the JSX over the wire and like stream it. It's like the same as the initial render essentially. This is why like these are not API endpoints. Like these are kind of proprietary, but they are super powerful when you consider that you can like do this kind of stuff. So this is what I meant when I was saying that all the pieces align for RSCs, because it's like they knew that for updates they were going to need the super protocol. They'd been working on React Flight, so this just like exposes that superpower, right? I haven't showed you anything that I consider actions. To me, this is just bread and butter server functions, except, well, maybe not bread and butter. When we're using Seroval, which is Solid's internal serializer for both initial render and for server functions. So I think we're all on the same page now. Make it show the stream as it's coming in. I mean, we can see the stream. I've only got 2 points, right? Like these 2 console logs is the stream coming in. This was the first shot and that was the second shot. Like we saw them come in here and then we saw them come in here. Yeah, I mean, any kind of behavior like this should be handled by the serializer. But yeah, I mean, this is like the bread and butter thing. Once you have a primitive like this, as I said, I didn't recognize the serialization potential initially, but once you have a primitive like this, like the sky's the limits, because it just uses readable stream ultimately to kind of respond to these things. So this is why I'm focused first on server functions, because like this is already super powerful, right? Like you can serialize a lot of really interesting stuff. I mean, I haven't. This is gonna break if I change. Yeah, well, I don't care. Let's go back to just console logging our response here, right? Let's just go back to this. We'll just go back to console logging our response for a minute. I'm gonna go back to something a little simpler. And what I wanted to show is that like we can do interesting stuff. We can even like send a response. What's the body? B. I guess it's got to be what? JSON stringify B. And then what is it? console.log res.json. Await it. Yeah, await it. I mean, this is just, I'm getting into a zone of silliness here because it's a response that's serializing a response. Why am I making response serialize a response? See, this is actually a response and that it worked. If we look at the network call for this, what you're going to see is it actually created a new response object, new readable stream. Like, okay, this is a bunch of code here, but it's actually, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why I would want to do this, but yes, I can send a response over a response and then call.json on it. I mean, this stuff is stupid. Is this a solid feature? No, it's a, well, yeah, yes, sort of. This is a Seroval feature. This is all about responsibility. Vinci creates the server function. The serialization, and I'll show you how that works in just a second here, is something that we chose how to handle it, essentially. So, like, Vinci gives us the control over how we handle our server functions, which makes it easy. And I just happen to choose the same serialization that Solid uses internally for like its resources. Yeah, this is what Solid 1.8 was. For people who are trying to figure out what 1.8 was, it was to support stupid stuff like this. Can I call it? No. Serializing functions is very, very hard. And I know Quick has a way of doing it, but that's because they actually keep references of the function in the code. They don't like just stringify and send it over. serializing functions because of closures and stuff is very, very hard. If you really are interested in this topic, just send a message to Misco, maybe publicly on Twitter, and he'll tell you all about what goes into serializing functions. Like quick, you will do a demo where they serialize functions because that function reference has its own $sign and gets hoisted out and then becomes part of the code that can be lazy loaded via the quick engine. So like you can go really far in this direction. I'm happy where we're at in that, yes, I don't expect people to do this, but it enables things that we need to do, right? And that's the key part as a foundation. This enables a bunch of stuff that we need to do. Like streaming more HTML, for like server actions, Now, there's a difference, in my opinion. Again, I'm splitting hairs here between server actions even and what server actions do for RSCs. You can have server actions without RSCs. Just so like you can have suspense without RSCs and streaming without RSCs. React made it that all these things are part of the same solution, which I can respect because it's like when I build my new framework, like when I like how should I put it? Like if I was building a product, I would just make all the pieces work for it, right? So like if the React team's building Next.js and then they're like, okay, well, let's just build all the pieces we need for Next.js, then like, that is, respectable because then it's like we have all we need and we have a full solution. But I think there's it wasn't working today in our little simple example, but wouldn't it be cool if CSR had server actions? Right? I think so. Because I've shown you why server functions are cool. Let's start talking about server actions. Oh, sorry. I hate. It seems like every 2 hours on StreamYard, it gets like really gummed down. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just gonna refresh the page. I'll be gone for 30 seconds. I'm not killing the stream. Just 2 seconds. Sorry. StreamYard dies after about 2 hours. It just gets in this really yucky place. Let's get in here. Okay, yeah, we lost 6 people. Okay. It happens. No, 7 people. Okay, let's keep on going. What I wanted to say, and the reason I did the refresh, is that I wanted to where is it? Someone wrote, why is it not even here anymore? Now I'm just mad at StreamYard. There was a comment that I specifically wanted to reply to, and I can't find it anymore. This is very. Oh yeah, it disappeared. It's Dev wrote, so all we have to do is serialize signals. Yes. Yeah, it's funny. StreamYard deleted that comment. This one for some reason. I don't know why StreamYard is. Yeah, thanks for sending it again. Yeah, I mean, this is what uh, Alexis was joking. He made a post on Twitter about resumability, and he was and like, yeah, I mean that's the question. I think it's a little more complicated than that, but having a powerful serializer as a core piece of your framework is a big benefit now when you consider SSR a important piece of it. Okay, so yeah, let's talk server actions a bit because I just wanted to show like server functions can do crazy stuff. So I already showed. I'm going to show the Hacker News example first because before we get into actions, I wanted to just show that this can integrate into actual applications. And yeah. I think I might have shown this on stream already last time, the new load APIs for SolidStart, where this lets you do preloading in the client, and it also like does hoisted fetching to make sure that like you don't get any waterfalls. So it's like my new loader pattern. But the trick for this one is not to put the reactive primitives in it, but to use the cache API, which we talked a bit about this last stream. I went in here and I just took my cache API functions that I'd already created and I just dropped use server in each of them and called it a day, which means that, yeah, we were talking about tree shaking being good. This gets tree shaked out because it's only used in here. This whole thing gets fetch API, gets tree shaked out. Basically, yeah, I actually did a test the other day when I was playing with this. I went to Hacker News and I went build. And of course, this isn't going to work because I'm on stream. But if I go to node examples, what is it? Hacker News. I need to get better commands in the mono repo for getting to the node preview version of this stuff. Obviously we already saw, I think last time I was on stream, I showed all the like prefetching behavior and stuff, but what I didn't, let's look at the source code here. Refresh the page because I don't think we need all the stuff. API.js, yeah, you can actually see them even in the minified code. There's the way it got bundled has more stuff in it that's like this isn't all the API. This is actually has like, I think the router gets pulled in this chunk or something, and then it also has all the serialization stuff that we need for the client-side serialization. But what I wanted to show is that you can see these are the wrappers around like those cache calls, stories, users, and that's it for that file. Like this file that I was showing here with like all of this code becomes just these three cache calls, right? See, stories, story, user is just this. It's like cache function, server function, here's the keys that we need for the server function, here's the key for the cache function, right? Like rest of the code disappears. So yeah, this way I can actually show it working with the tree shaking. Anyway, so, but my point was, I still like this idea. We talked about before where we have cache and action API wrappers. It kind of pushes people into making this data layer because you want this get stories in multiple places. Like, sure, I want it in my loader, but then I can put it inside my component with my create async call. I can also put it in another component somewhere else. And these are all going to get deduped so that when we render, we don't double fetch. Like they're tied to the cache, so they automatically do invalidation. We're back to MVC, yeah. You know, like basically these all kind of tie. This is what I love about the pattern I mentioned last week is that this is TANStack query, right? If you, instead of doing this and using our cache APIs, you like TANStack, you just go ensure query here, create query here. You are basically in the exact same boat. The APIs I'm showing today around actions are showing what I decided to do for the router as a base implementation. You can choose not to use these actions. You can choose not to use our router. You can just put TANStack router here if you really wanted to, assuming it supports SSR. Like SolidStart isn't tied to a router with the next version. But what I'm getting at is that this is why actions and server functions are different, because actions are something that the router adds. If you want to use TANStack query with Solid, you can still use server functions. So you can go, you know, whatever, create query and call a server function. There's no reason for us not being able to just use our server functions directly, right? And that has like independent. I know recently, I think with the release with Next, you can kind of do the same thing, but I just kind of wanted to point this out because the action bit doesn't necessarily have to do that. It has to do with the like because we need to support client side here. There's like cache invalidation considerations, which I don't think Next worries about because they're only RSCs, where this actually will invalidate client-side caches like React Query. So, but I just wanted to kind of point out here that this pattern works very well. In fact, TANStack router, it uses the same load mechanism. But the truth of the matter is this export const route that we have here could be any router config you want. The only reason that it knows that it wants load is it satisfies solid router. But you could literally gut this and put TANStack router and then basically say satisfies whatever the TANStack router route definition is. As long as you have a way of taking a config object of routes. I know TANStack router specifically needs to convert those into objects, so it's like a little bit different. But essentially, any router that can take a config object of routes can work in SolidStart. Because this route config is just passed transparently to the router. It's like a hybrid between file system routing and config-based routing. Anyways, not what I'm talking about today. What I wanted to show, though, is that this is basically the pattern as applied to what I demoed last week around routing. What's a good use case for streaming over server functions? Well, one of them is streaming the next like RSC content. Like for example, like in the same way we stream in our page and do like the suspense and the swaps, you can stream in the next routed section with the suspense and swaps instead of waiting for the whole thing. Another good use for streams, people like stuff like ChatGPT, you know, things where there's slower progress. I have to admit, I don't think like outside of those kind of cases, there's like a bunch, but there are like, I do see that it's very powerful to be able to even handle those kind of cases alone, like slow data requests that require streams and obviously rendering the next page of content. I don't know, people could probably think of other uses. Um, I haven't looked at their serialization format, but they do have a special like you wouldn't be like they have streaming JS responses, so they have to be they have streaming responses. They have to be doing something with their serialized VDOM code. Like it might I don't know exactly what it looks like, but if you look at it, you're not getting JSON back when you do server, you know, when you're doing like these like JSX returns with server actions. Server during objects UI. I mean, yeah, it's not just it's less that because it's more about just like the same reason why you stream an initial response, right? Like it the stream still like you still have to go to the server to get the stream, so it's not very optimistic. But it is good for like the same reason you stream their initial response. Like you still have to do the full round trip in the first place. I mean, server functions are just a mechanism. I mean, you could still use context or you know this cache API thing. Like server functions are just like pretend from a client side perspective, pretend they're a fetch call. So how do we redirect? Yeah, you guys. This is what I'm trying to get to. Right? There's no this. Well, it's interesting. I haven't added this because I told you the direct function calls on the server. But technically speaking, if wherever you're doing a request, you're gonna hit the middleware. So you still can go through the middleware setup. I don't have it here in examples. Maybe it's an experimental one, but there's a new middleware set up for Solid. I haven't standardized on it completely, but it's based on H3 or Nitro's middleware. So it is possible that every time you go through the middleware, you can do this kind of logging stuff. It is handled like an API endpoint. Yeah. We moved the middleware out of the main handler now so that you can set global middleware that works for every request on the server, API endpoints, server functions, and yeah, it just helped unwind stuff a little bit. Anyway, let me get to my next example because I think the most basic server action example is not TodoMVC. It's what we call withAuth. And example with auth is dev. Okay, let's open up. Example with auth is a cool little example. It is literally an API endpoint and then a routes endpoint. And what does the API endpoint have? Sorry, it's not API endpoint. It's really just routes and sorry, I didn't mean endpoint, I mean folders. There's an API section and a route section. And what I've done here is I need to, I haven't refactored this since the better inlining of server functions, but essentially what I've done here is I created a file that's like the API interface, essentially, which just has our cache and action wrappers. So this is get user, which gets the logged in user, and then login and register and log out are our two actions. I gave them a name, which is important identifier. It's actually not necessary for server actions. So technically speaking, I think this example now works if I get rid of this. Of course, I say that and it's going to break. But essentially, our actions that we're pulling in are coming in from the server thing, which is basically, there's a few ones. There's login or register, which works off form data, gets a username, password, checks if it's a login or register, does the appropriate action, and then these are a bunch of awaits. And then it returns an error or throws a redirect. This one just tries to do it or throws a redirect. And then this one throws a logout. And you're probably looking at me and you're like, throw redirect. But do you know what's cool about this? What is the type? Okay, this is of get user. It isn't, it never thinks it's a response. It's type of user. What's the type of logout? It's a promise of void. What's the type of login or register? It's a promise of error. Now, that might seem weird to you, but if you think about it, this is actually really useful to have really good type information because, and sorry, I didn't show it. The DB one is just like a fake. It's not a real DB. I probably should use unstorage or something for it. It doesn't matter. It's just like I made a fake in-memory thing. But the reason I'm pointing this out is that when we go into our login page and we do our stuff, what we're going to do here is we're going to import our action, login or register. We're going to assign it to our form, and then we're going to use the submission so that we can see the state. And this result is it's either undefined or type error, which is exactly what we want so that we can show the stuff. If we throw things, they don't end up in the TypeScript. So like essentially, like if you throw an error, you're telling the application that, hey, I don't know what this is, right? In this case, and like the error boundary will catch it. But if you're returning an error, and I could have returned just a plain object, then now, because we're importing this directly, which has the right types, passing it through use submission, which has the right types, we can type our optimistic updates. This is essentially our optimistic updates mechanism or error mechanism. The result is the error mechanism, but this also has the optimistic updates. And essentially, I talked about this before. This is using the toString mechanism for the actions that I was talking about, where essentially I made it so that action and form action support serializable attribute value, which is a special class or type interface or something that essentially, if something implements it, then it will accept that object as a JSX attribute because it knows it can be stringified to the proper value. So in this case, the action becomes the URL of the action. And this means that, well, I think you can start seeing where I'm going here, because this action wraps a server function directly and then gets passed to a form directly, which means that if I start this example, which I think I have, first of all, when I log in, it's going to redirect me to login. Why or when I refresh, you know why? Because I didn't show this yet. If I go into index, and this has preload, I guess it's set up, but this create async is based on getting this user. And if we go back to our server thing here, if when we get user, we get it from the session. And if there is no session, we throw login. So you're not logged in. So we're gonna throw the redirect to go to the login page. So instantly this stuff works, you know. And then obviously those errors I was talking about, you know, username must be at least 3. Now password needs to be at least 6. It's an invalid login. Like, these are all errors that we threw. So let's actually do a proper one where it will redirect us to the proper page, and now we're signed in. Now, over the network, this isn't RSCs where we're doing a single trip. When we have the hybrid routing with Solid, it will, but right now, this is very much a client-routed client setup. So what you're seeing here is literally one response, which I can't see. One response, which is a redirect, I think. We have to use not 302 because of what we talked about before about the browser doing a full refresh. But we should see, if we look at the headers, we should see a redirect. What's this one? The other one here is the data fetch, right? This is the error coming in. More errors, more errors. There's the redirect for when we successfully logged in. You can actually see the form data posts here. Trying to see. I see the response. Why am I not seeing the response headers properly? Oh yeah, I'm like dumb. Location slash, where this one, location login. I'm just sorry guys. And then what we will see is the user serialized back in as well to show their name here when we do the successful fetch. And when I log out, we'll log out again. But what I was getting at here is if we look at this form and we inspect it, what you're going to see is that the action is actually the server action serialized here. And what this means is that if I go in here and I go something like disable JavaScript, so there's no JavaScript on the page, full page reload, won't let me get in there because I'm not logged in, but we can still, you know, do stuff. Oh, right. Wrong password. You notice that the fields are clearing, and this is, you know, simply because of like, it's not perfect with the progressive enhancement, but you can at least see that we actually have the same behavior with no JavaScript running, right? This is not a new trick at this point. We've seen this a long time. I have thought about doing this. So that is fine, as long as people know to return. The one problem with this API that I found is if people, maybe it's enough that they know to return, it'll be fine, is that I was looking at the next docs, right? I was going next app directory, and I was looking at them and I was like, was it cache? There's some, maybe not cache. Oh, where is it? Routing. No, I want data fetching, yeah. they had an example somewhere in here that had revalidate calls and redirect calls, and they weren't returning them. They were just sitting there. And I was like, if it threw and it does not get to the next line of code, that would be quite alarming. But I suppose people would prefer return. So I'll take that into consideration, definitely. We can definitely make the function throw instead of that. It's just if the person doesn't return, it also throws, right? So like for me it wasn't clear, but if people are used to that, maybe that's a really clever thing. We can just put the throw inside. If you try to put a try catch, you have no idea what throw. That is honestly an issue with this in general. I do want to point this out for people kind of thinking about this stuff is there is a difference between a action that calls a server function and a server action in this case because um, if someone has client side code wrapping like in our case here, we were just taking this directly in, right? We were just like this whole file's a use server, and the whole thing is so like there's no client code. But if we had, a function in here that was calling GU, went like this, if we did this, now this has to be a client action because I mean, this is cache, so it's a bad example, but you know what I mean? Because there has to be JavaScript that runs to call the function. Um, and like so there is a slight distinction here. Let me see if I like I'm pretty sure if I even tried to do this, it'd complain about not having a name because server rendered client actions need to have a name. Otherwise, there's nothing to put here. I'm not showing it in this example, but if we aren't dealing with a server action, what the form actually ends up, let's turn JavaScript back on. It is funny. Sometimes I forget when I'm using SolidStart that that there's JavaScript disabled because like it works relatively good without JavaScript enabled. So when you're just playing around, you might not notice. But what I wanted to point out was that this form, if it's not a server action, it won't have the server action URL. It will instead have action colon something, kind of like mail to colon something. And that's what the thing picks up to figure out what server action to do. Because this is based on a delegation technique. What I ended up doing with this is because some people were worried about it catching all the forms, I basically said if it doesn't follow the protocol, like the action colon, or doesn't start with a prefix that you define for your server actions, and the form doesn't handle it. So it's very easy not to handle all form submits with this approach without the user having to do much config at all. So like meta framework like this knows all its server functions are underscore server. Then any form post that doesn't post a underscore server or doesn't have action colon the action name will not be handled by it. And this is something the router can do without the framework even being aware of it. Like I haven't mentioned this. All the action and cache code, I mean, you can see it. It's coming from the router. It's not coming from SolidStart. Um, one thing you're going to notice if moving around here a lot is SolidStart actually doesn't really have many exports. It has wrappers over H3, which I think I need to improve the API for a bit here. But like it's basically the H3 or Nitro type stuff, which I think Vinci might just take the role of abstracting over that. SolidStart itself doesn't do much. It has like 3 features, which is kind of exactly what Ryan Florence was saying at the beginning, because I'll show you how the dance works. Yeah, people commenting on the whole thing about. So yeah, so this is what Next does. Yeah, it's funny. Like it has to work this way, but like I struggled with it a lot because I was like working through all this stuff, and I'm like, I want to know that it's thrown. I don't know. This is one of those things that I struggle with. Sometimes you got to just go with the easy, simple APIs for people's sake, not to be transparent. I just really like being transparent. I hate when the stuff is like too clever. I'm also a green-red player in Magic the Gathering, if that tells you anything about my personality. So, I mean avid, like competitive green-red player. So, if that means something to you, you'll know what I mean. I feel like sometimes the React team is kind of like blue-black or blue-white. Yeah, no, they're blue-white. They're definitely blue-white. Yeah. React's blue-white. All right. Yeah, returning errors is smart though. It's like the distinction between 400 and 500. I think this has always been kind of the thing. So, I mean, this is the server functions themselves, if you want to see, and the actions, how they implement. Like, I could show another example with the JavaScript off, but I think you guys have all seen the TodoMVC example, right? It's, I love how, like, don't get me wrong. I think the TodoMVC example from a code standpoint, this is like 30% more code than just doing it without actions, but I've gotten it to, but it has optimistic updates. I've gotten to it a pretty nice place where I'm at the top of my file here, I'm doing cache action, 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 all the different actions, and then create a sync to get the stuff. And then you see a lot of this defer stream too right now because I have SolidStart set up to always stream. So it's quite common for me to put defer stream on a lot of the resources if I don't want it to stream initially. But then I'm using the submissions to get the lists that I use for the optimistic updates. And then there's a bunch of this optimistic update calculation, like remaining count is to-do's length plus adding to-do length minus the ones that are completed and the ones that are pending completion. Like there's a lot of math sort of do with the optimistic updates, but the end result is that I can just go in and kind of just put forms in, like natural, put the actions in. Here, here's the per row version. These have their own submission that they care about, like for the current row. So if the form data equals this, honestly, doing this example without without all the form stuff is much nicer, but this works when JavaScript is turned off. But yeah, you can kind of see that that's basically it. It's incredible how much functionality with the optimistic updates and everything is just piled into this simple example. Where's the optimistic updates? Let me show that. For each adding to do, show the pending to do while it's going. There's even a ability to I don't know if this one has the error ability. No, this one doesn't have the errors in it, but yeah. Anyway, I think it's probably more interesting to actually see the API behind it. I used unstorage with a file system persistence to do this example, but you can see that these are just form casting. I would love, we put some stuff in there, but it is again very cool that you can see where's, you get the right types. I don't know. I think this was always what bugged me about SolidStart's old thing. You'd use server data and then, or use route data, and then like the types would be lost. Now you just import everything. And because you have these kind of action and, which I showed here, sorry, these action and cache wrappers, this symbol can be used all over the place, right? And because you want to wrap and import it in different locations for optimistic updates, it kind of encourages you not to put server functions inside your components. Like it just naturally happens from the API standpoint because quite often, I mean, you could still do it, but quite often, like you might have a component which does the action that like two components one that submits the action, and another one that wants to show the optimistic updates. And you just import the action in both locations. One just passes it to the form or calls use action, and the other one uses use submission. And then you basically have this ability to, just take the action and get what else you need, like depending on what the, like a submission array, or whatever you need. It just types pass all the way through. All right. Why server though? Can you make it post the same URL and just string that on the server side? Why would I? I mean, because we just they all are going to this. All the server functions are going to the same URL. This actually creates one actual endpoint. The way this works, so we're not. This is what I was talking about. The whole like post versus get. Like actions don't live in a certain location. They actually just have one endpoint that the server chooses which handler to call with it. Yeah, exactly. Well, the reason Next does it with the thing is they put the hidden fields. They actually transform it. I forgot to mention this. This mechanism doesn't use any custom compilation on the action side of things, because the action piece belongs to the router. It has nothing to do with SolidStart. So like we're not looking for form things. This is a normal form. Every mechanism here, there's no special transformation. We don't generate hidden fields, which you start going, okay, well then how does closure extraction work? We don't. I still am fairly anti closure extraction. My intention is to support the bind syntax. It's still shipping all the closure components. Yes. This is not. It's important to understand that these are all different pieces of the puzzle, right? So like I can go in the Hacker News example. I can turn on islands true and not ship all the component code, but this has nothing to do with the the server function mechanism. Now, do actions need to be aware that they have the ability to send back JSX? Definitely. When you get into the RC type mode. But as I said, this will be a new balance between the router and between the action handlers, which I haven't showed you yet. Like, one big thing about Solid Beta 2 is we did have a server component solution in Beta 1, but because of the removing stuff around and pulling the router, like Start does not have a router, we're going to have to implement that in Solid's router, for example, if we want to get server component type like navigation back. It has nothing to do with SolidStart. It might have something to do with Solid, but it has nothing to do with SolidStart specifically. So Beta 2 is going to have CSR, normal SSR with, and it's going to have most likely islands mode without client-side routing. So like the Astro type situation. It's not going to have the server function stuff immediately, but you can tell every piece is being built in a way that anticipates and makes the migration between CSR straight to server components the same API, basically. Like, so that whole spectrum collapses. I knew we wouldn't be ready with the solution because of features we had to make, like our prototype for hybrid islands routing makes assumptions which I don't feel comfortable calling a 1.0 yet, but that can't block SolidStart and Solid 2.0 also in the wings. We have multiple things flying, so our server component equivalent won't be there immediately for SolidStart, probably not even for 1.0, but it's what Alexis is kind of working on and working towards. First the islands and then building the router. Yeah, I suppose so. But someone could add a view transition router to start, I guess, if they wanted to. It's tricky because like old SolidStart was a lot like their view transition API, but it doesn't actually solve the server component problem. So I need to step back. I basically went as far as I could with something similar to the like Astro view transition thing, and I realized there was a dead end. So then I had to kind of backpedal. Um, it's it's tricky. It needs a bigger change, and at the same time, um, breaking stuff out into its own responsibility makes it a little bit trickier. But I think in the end, the pieces I already see them. You know, you can already see them fall together. Yes. No. Resumability and islands have nothing to do with each other. Again, sorry. You can make resumable islands, for example. In fact, Quick and Astro is an example of making resumable islands. Um, Islands are a mechanism for doing partial hydration. I hate to call it because resumability isn't hydration, but it's a way of shrinking down the size of the code or the range that the client's responsible for. So instead of it being responsible for the whole page, it's only responsible for these little areas. Resumability is just the ability to not run hydration when hydration happens. And then server components is just recognizing that the stuff outside of the islands can be still updated without reloading the whole page. So it's a routing problem. Basically, three things. All related, not the same. It did it manually, and it uses use client, essentially. Okay, so yeah, I think there's a question that came in that was like, can I still manually get the URL? Yes, you can. We need to get the types for this working, but I want to actually show you where all this code is in SolidStart. See, a few months ago, um, I did a couple months ago, I guess I did that V talk, and I told everyone how I deleted like 90% of the code of SolidStart, dropped us down to 30 files and like 1,200 lines of code from 10,000 lines of code. Well, now that I've finished implementing the rest of the features for the most part for beta 2, like we're getting very close. I'm literally dragging on docs at this point. I haven't shown you the revalidation. We'll talk about the invalidation in a few minutes. Um, we're only at 1,300 lines of code and 32 files. So essentially, the it looks like where we're getting to is actually going to be like it's not significantly larger. It's because it's kind of like what Ryan Florence said. I've been spending all my time in the router. So is it fair to say that Remix is its router? I don't know, but that's where as a developer I've been spending all my time. Some time in Solid itself, right? Solid 1.8. These are all pieces that need to come. So when people are looking at SolidStart and they're like, man, there isn't much movement on the repo, until recently, it's because all the other pieces are actually where the work's happening, which is great because in the end, SolidStart disappears. Like it doesn't completely disappear, but it's not a thing really. It's like just our starter template. It's funny, ironically named wrap. No, intentionally named. Okay. So the answer to this question is in this config, this is all the Vinci stuff. And there is not much of it. This is like the craziest file we're doing the config. I don't expect you to look at this. But we have these three lovely files: server runtime, server handler, server functions runtime. And all we do is with the compiler wrapper, this is on the server side, we take the function and we wrap it in a proxy, essentially. I mean, I could probably get rid of this proxy and just add like a getter or something, but essentially if prop equals URL, return the URL. When you call apply, apply it. This is essentially like it was just a simple thing that Nikhil whipped up. So yes, that .url is how we serialize it into the form, and it's also available to anyone. So they can take the server function, go .url, and they will have the URL, assuming they type it right, because obviously without server $, it's not aware that it's a server function. That's like the one downside of the userver approach. And if this is the server side version, well, the client side version is basically it's not that one. It's server runtime here. It's basically the same thing. See, look, here it is. Get URL apply. Now these are each on each side, and basically there's some stuff that's considered for handling islands, but most of the code in this file is actually about how we actually do the fetch from the client. So when someone calls the server function, it looks if it's a form, so it does the form data thing, or it sees if it's JSON. So right now we're only serializing to the server JSON or form data. We're not doing any of that crazy stuff, but the responses, they can be more crazy. And then if that response is a redirect, we throw it to continue that trend. If it has a revalidate header, we throw it with a custom body for deserialization. I'll explain why we have to do that a bit later, and we still have this thing. And if it otherwise, we just do the crazy deserialized stream, which is the stuff you were seeing before. This is the thing that allows us to have the promise returning promise craziness that we were doing before. So there's a little code involved here, but this is all the code that makes it to the client for that side. And then like this is basically the all the server function needs to know about. It needs to know that we needed to set a convention for setting headers for revalidation, and we needed to know that throwing a response is a thing, right? But if you remove this and do completely client-side stuff, it still works because the action knows how to handle response objects. This has very little responsibility here. On the server side, the server call, it's looking for posts. We can talk about expanding the get in the future, but it essentially either tries to get a header which has the information it needs to figure out what the right server file is that it wants to grab, or it grabs it from the URL, like in the case of the form submit when the JS is turned off, and that gives it what it needs to actually import the right function to run, and then parse it appropriately, like if it's form data or JSON, and then essentially, where is it? Inject async local storage, which is how we get like the context, like the request into your server functions. And then call your action. I don't know why it's called action. I should have called it something else. It's fine. This is just server function. It has nothing to do with actions. And then basically handle the Node.js case. Handle the, yeah, I guess that's the coolest thing about the way, like the serialization of the errors when there's no JS. I didn't really focus on that when we were doing the, I mean, is that example still on this one? I never actually showed, I think there might be better ways to do it, but I never showed when the JavaScript's turned off. Where am I going to MP? Disable JavaScript. When the JavaScript's turned off here, and you get the error, we're actually sending it on the URL. There might be better ways to do it, but that's how we're getting these flash messages. Just an aside, so that's what you're seeing here. It sends a submission back, and then it handles handles the redirect case. What else do we have here? Yeah, so that's a normal redirect case. And then, yeah, here, this is where we handle all those throws. If it's a redirect, do that. Otherwise, send an error response. Anyways, we're actually using text JavaScript as the MIME type for these. So yeah, basically serialize the stream, deserialize the stream. And again, this is Seroval's stream, cross-serialized stream management. is wired up. I will basically take these functions from Seroval, and because I have these hooks for the server functions in Vinci, we just wire them together, and these pieces just work. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I wasn't sure. This is a tricky one because they said to stop doing the X prefix, but they meant that for public headers, like it's deprecated, like because eventually it becomes the header, so like just don't do it. But it's like there's always a desire to like namespace it, just like be like it's not like indicate like I don't have to use X, I could use something else, but X, you know, if you I don't know, if it feels like it's kind of like yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Someone should make a gadget to answer your requirements and rank an architecture approach to frameworks that can implement it. I mean, I tried to do that with all the patterns. What was it? That article, dev two. But I realize it's a little out of date now. It was like, did I release everything? I think all of it single. What was it? 2022. Oh, that's terrible because it's literally building patterns for websites. But I mean, this is a very hard topic. Anyway, but yeah, I've been spending all my time in the router because if you look at it, this just handles a very basic amount of stuff. Like it, like essentially, I think this was the best example of it. Like it just does a fetch request, does some deserialization, throws a response. It doesn't know on the client what else to do with this, and that's where the router has to pick up, right? Um, I don't know. I'm not even signed in on this one. Let me see. Do I have the router locally? Probably don't even have the router locally. My luck. Don't even have the router locally. It's fine. I can get it, or I can just actually just sign in on the client. Gonna get up. Give me 2 seconds. It's funny, the login. Oh, it's because I'm zoomed in so far that the login screen. Oh, they're making me two-factor. I'm glad I have my phone right here beside me. I feel like I did this like last stream too. Doesn't it feel like I just did this? I don't think it matters if I put my authentication code here, right? Okay. All right. Because 35 commits, yeah, all in the last couple weeks. What did I want to show here? Yeah, it's just because I only finished this morning, essentially. But as I realized that there was this challenge that we faced, where is it? Data loading, load functions, use submission, invalidation. Where are we? That it's difficult to get the okay. There's a tension right now, and there's a difference between like Remix's defaults and Nexus defaults. And Remix's defaults make a lot of sense when you have client stuff, which is why it's more interesting. But for what I'm trying to look at here when it's like universal, but like if you don't call revalidate, I don't think next clears everything because the cache is really like for the most part only on the server, right? You use the cache function with your async components, and then it lasts the life cycle of the request. So like, what are you revalidating? I mean, you're revalidating the page. So like, they don't have the key. You're generally not doing like the same sort of key-based validation, to my knowledge. And why am I not seeing this? Solid tree, create async action. This is where I ended up. I wasn't really sure 100% if I wanted to end up here. I tried calling separate revalidate calls, but those have nothing to do with the redirect that happens after it. I need to get that into the thing. So what basically, I could have used headers, but what I did was it gave it an extra option which shortcuts it getting added to the headers, because it basically just adds the extra revalidate header, and then any cache like function, you can call it, you can get the key, which is just like the overall key for the whole function. So like for get user, you can just get user, but you can also get the specific key for the specific argument. So like if you go user ID, then you can invalidate either every user or just the single user. It's a string, so you can kind of figure it out yourself what the encoding is. But these helper functions, essentially built into the cache API, let us just do this. And for that reason, there'll either be a redirect. And actually, let me open up Discord here for a second, because I went and explained this all in Discord chat when I was trying to get feedback before the stream. I don't know if anyone actually saw it at this point. Where is it? Technology. Next. No one. I just wrote blobs and blobs and blobs and blobs of stuff, trying to decide what this API was this morning, and then I implemented it all within the 2 hours before the stream. I've not tried this yet, but essentially, it came down to like this disconnect, which is very tricky. So I'm just going to tell you where I landed, and if there's questions, we can get there. But essentially, the redirect case we just saw. If you do something, you throw a redirect. If you don't redirect, but you want to revalidate something, you call reload with the revalidate options. This allows you to pass headers and other responsiveness stuff if you want to, status, whatever, And then if you don't care and you don't send anything back, it's going to do like what Remix does and reload everything currently on the page. And then if you really want to send some kind of response body back and do invalidation, then like this is a very uncommon case. Like most of the time you can see, like if you're updating something and it fails, you're probably not going to revalidate because it errored. You're going to like have to do your operation again, right? So usually you'll just throw reload only a success, or throw redirect only in success. Whereas most of the time, for someone just doing stuff, it's the remix scenario. You just reload all the data for that current page. You can just do this and not worry about it. And it's only in this, I don't know what this case is. I think this case is if you want to return a success message from the server and not do a redirect, that's when you'd use this. I haven't made this easy. I just don't like this because this sucks from a type perspective, because you understand the problem with this from a type perspective is, even if I made a helper that threw here, you wouldn't ever know that it returns this. This breaks the illusion. What's really cool about all these other ones is like this update users, I mean, it doesn't return anything, but it knows that it returns error, right? These ones all return error. This one returns error or response. And even if I could make it throw, like it could never know that it also returns this. So I don't have a great solution to this, I admit, but this was the only way I could figure out how to make it work on client and server, so to speak. I feel is like the very rare, super rare case, but I could be wrong. But essentially, it means that the reason this all works is I showed you the server function side of things, but the action side, um, I love how this file's only like 100 lines of code. Essentially is all in this handle response thing. It's like if it's an instance of a response, if it has the revalidate headers, then get those keys. If it has a custom body that needs to be, serialized, it'll await that and get that. If it has a redirect, then it will redirect to the new location. Either if it's not a local redirect, it will actually redirect the whole browser. Otherwise, it'll navigate using the client-side router. If it's not a response, it'll just set the response as the data, and then it will take the keys that you got here from the response header and revalidate it. If that's undefined, revalidate just runs over the whole thing instead of the specific keys. So you don't see that code here because that's part of cache, which does the revalidate, right? Checks if it's an array or not, but handles it in a transition. But that's basically the logic. We can keep the default, like update what's on the page, while giving the ability to do granular revalidation cross-server client. And this code is all in the router, right? The router just knows, as I showed you, like cache, where's the handle response on this side. It just looks at how it can handle responses and then does the correct routing, right? So in this way, we decouple the server functions from the actions and the caching and the routing problem, the routing essentially, because otherwise the server functions would have to know about the router, which creates a pretty tight coupling, I think. But anyway, that's where I'm at. As I said, this is a lot of solid specific stuff, but I think you can start seeing with the design implementations a lot of the kind of considerations. Like the biggest difference we implemented like RSC style server actions in Solid Beta 1, and all it was just putting an extra header on the request so that the server would know that, hey, don't do an actual redirect, internally redirect and render the new page and send that. So like, again, by using headers as like a mechanism on a response object, we can keep the server and the router kind of decoupled. Like, don't get me wrong, there's definitely special standardized headers that have to be standardized between libraries, but another router or another meta framework could implement these and play with each other because it's just using headers to do the communication. The funny thing is, I've always liked TypeScript on the server. I've just hated it in the browser with client-side libraries. Like, I think like JSX and stuff has turned me off more than stuff. TypeScript on the server is actually quite nice. Well, this is a good question. Because I don't know all the use cases, but closure extraction is the first thing that I think of when I come to this, because next does that encryption thing where they encrypt the stuff that you send to the browser. And with the solution I'm doing here, we don't secretly send anything to the browser. Everything we send to the browser is explicit. So like there's no closure extraction. You either pass it to the server function or you bind it to the server function. So in a sense, I mean, you can tell me if this is necessary or not. It's kind of like on you. Like if you are going to bind something or send it to the client, like very explicitly, then like you could probably also handle the encryption. Like it doesn't have to be a detail that we have to be aware of. I think. Now, is there other use cases where we should be using encryption for security? I imagine, and I think some people should vet what I'm doing to make sure that I'm not missing stuff. I'm mostly taking this from a perspective that all our stuff is very explicit. So like you don't have to worry about us secretly sending stuff to the client that, you know, it can happen if tree shaking fails, but it can't happen because you're using the code properly. Like 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 if tree shaking fails, there's a good chance the whole thing, your app's gonna like be crashed. It's not because like everything's working and you didn't realize something went across the serialization boundary. I'll use the same payload format for initial SSR data in embedded HTML like you do for actions and loaders. Yes, that was what I was showing earlier. We actually use the same streaming format for both the embedded script stuff and for the stuff we stream. So like that's how we can support sending this stuff across. It's just Seroval's serialization. Yeah, I mean, but it's kind of like that's a utility that someone can choose to use. It's not something that like the biggest thing. Okay, and maybe you guys can view this as an opportunity. Is my interest in SolidStart has always been a starter. I don't like meta frameworks. I'm I'm very happy that the bear example, when it finally works, is like 5 kilobytes. Like, because then I can just go into the template repo and say, okay, these are all SolidStart templates essentially. Like I've made a better create React app. That's all I really cared about. If your goal is to make this, I don't know, there's some really good JavaScript. Like I'm not going to use Next example, like, but like full stack back end considered solutions with all these features and utilities and have everything you need to build an app, then SolidStart is not quite that. It's a starting point. Like people could use SolidStart to build that on it, to actually do it. Like I love Create T3 app. I love the way that like they opinionated chose a usable stack for Next.js. And the thing is, when I saw Create T3 app, that was one of those moments where I decided that like where we think the levels of abstraction should be lower. Essentially, like, you know, people like Nexel and Chris or whatever could benefit from having more access to the underlying primitives, perhaps than they get in Next, while at the same time delivering the exact same end user experience for those end users that don't care for any of that stuff. Like it's okay to offer much less than Next and still end up with the create T3 apps to the world. In fact, you might enable them to do even more. So like that is where my thing is. Like I'm not building a product. I'm not building like a Next.js thing. I am building a foundation that, you know, can do any of your meta frameworks or whatever. Like if you know there's a specific need, you specific utilities, these things should be worked together, go for it. Because that's your opinion. And it might change in 6 months. But maybe it doesn't. Maybe everyone, you know, it's always hard when you're on that level. Like create T3 app when it goes, it might be every 2 years or so. You know, it goes through a pretty drastic change, right? You know, TRPC changed version 9 and 10, server functions. Like you're always going to be in the danger of the real opinionated stuff when you go that far out. I'm hoping my goal here is that if I make the primitives the right way and do it low enough level, those swaps will be easier for those people. But that's for the developers of like Create T3 app, not for the end users. The end users will probably feel the pain if the architecture, you know, changes enough on them. But the they're not really my focus. My focus is either the very beginning people who are using Solid who just want to go, I just want to SSR. I just want to be able to create solid apps. And the people who build the meta frameworks. Right? Like in the same way that Vite enabled and Vinci, like I just know that I don't actually, you know, like there's a limit of the stuff I care. You know, people will build really good stuff when you give them really good tools to build with. If I knew more about the Ruby Rails or Sinatra, yeah, I don't even know. It's more like I'm building like the underlying thing and then like adding a Sinatra on top just so that I can like say like, look, it does everything. Right? Sinatra's the lighter weight one, right? Someone else can build Rails. I don't want to build Rails. The thing is, you can do people have been able to do an incredible lot in React app over the years. And yes, it's a big mess. And but if you look at what Beat did, people could do an incredible lot on that as well. The biggest gap has been that even though Beat supports server, it doesn't like quite do enough for server. It doesn't finish the picture. I think Vinci is a very good level, like of being able to basically do Beat in a way that like everyone can just server render, and just have that. It's like the right abstraction level. And it's so right that SolidStart basically has to add 1,000 lines of code on top of it to make it work for Solid. Like that's what we're talking about here. Like that is, and this stuff does shift over time, but I think that that's the mindset I want people to kind of get into. SolidStart is more opinionated than Solid. It does consider server rendering, it does consider bundling, it does consider all these things, but it frees us up to actually just worry about everything above it. And those things may be different for a wider range of users when you keep the level at a certain level. As I said, like people making toy demos won't find a difference between SvelteKit, SolidStart, Next, or whatever, except for maybe, I think we've made some really good design decisions in terms of like, APIs and features. But I think that I already know Next with Svelte, they're offering more things, and people in the Solid community do that. There's something called, I think, Media Kit or something coming out for SolidStart that's essentially going to offer all the Next features, for SolidStart. That's great. That can be the framework. They can brand it. Everyone makes fun of me for SolidStart and the baby food. But first of all, I just wanted start essentially. Like SolidStart is just an indicator, but for me, it's always been start. It's just start. And that is really what it is. People can make their fully featured framework stuff. I don't care about frameworks. I have not seen that yet, but I mean, these things are inevitable. I don't know. Svelte and Solid are getting closer and closer. Other than this like little compiler convenience thing that, I mean, this is where our opinions thing. I think the closer they get to Solid, the less that compiler thing actually matters. Like I think it's just like it's like compared to like the amount of gain you get, like it's kind of like when you were over here and we were over here, you're like, wow, look at this. But as you get closer, you're kind of like, oh, you're actually like trading this little thing for this huge amount of like work, right? So yeah, I don't know. I should probably check it out, but I think proxies, this is inevitable. They're going to need deep nested state updates. Like these are all part of the puzzle of getting into fine grain. Okay, maybe I do need to see this. Find me a link. I'll look at it in a little bit. You're going to be working on Media Kit. There you go. Yeah, exactly. That's yeah. Or JDev's in there with you too, right? Yeah, yeah. That's the thing. And the good news for you guys is Solid Start Beta 2 is at that point where I need you guys. Like you can now, I think I have all the pieces. We can now build Media Kit on the new future. I'm very excited about it. I think my biggest fear right now is that everything works perfectly locally, and then like because of like us not deploying to like 10 billion places, we don't realize like which specific APIs Vinci or someone's using in the middle that don't work on all the different environments, because Vinci is not as tested as the other layers, even if it's the perfect abstraction level. So yeah, we'll get there though. I'm much more confident about how this is broken out now compared to where we were before. Yeah. I mean, this is kind of the funniest thing, but it's like what's really interesting to me about this thing is like, is that language that much nicer than just using JavaScript? Like, is it like I think the if this is the result, the diminishing returns are start coming in. It already is. Actually, that's fair with Svelte 5. It is a bit. Okay. So, yeah, someone give me that link on the proxy stuff. I want to talk about it. All right, are we done with this topic? I just want to make sure before we move on. I think we are. Side note, gotta thank TanStack Query. That's how I came up with the cache key mechanism. It's this is almost lifted off them. So yeah, this is. I mean, I'm still looking for feedback, but I think the router is basically done for this version. It's not a version that supports server components or our hybrid routing yet, but you can understand, going back to Ryan Florence yet again, because of the way we do export config route or whatever, and we just do it. My hunch, and it won't be 100%, is when we add hybrid, islands routing, 95% of the code is going to be in the router and 5% in SolidStart. Like, don't get me wrong, the mechanism for actually doing the islands and the island serialization is, but that's not even going in Start, that's going in Solid. So like, Start really, you know what I mean? Like, it, watch, and I'm hoping in the next year it's not even a mono repo, it's literally just like a single package. Because like, at a certain point, I had this problem with docs. Start doesn't even have features. Most of the docs for SolidStart, like SolidStart has less features in the router. Most of the docs for SolidStart are going to be essentially like best practice guides, right? So yeah, I think that pretty much sums up my feelings on this stuff. As I said, if anyone watches the stream, has feedback, let me know. I think the best feedback I got so far was about having redirect and reload throw internally, so people don't have to throw it themselves, and then they could like fake return or fake throw it. But I also think it's less clear, so I'm kind of 50-50 on it. But if people have opinions, I want to hear it. I think that was probably the biggest piece, but I think we'll just have to build and play with it and try it to see. This is a big change, right? This is the biggest change I've made to the router since I introduced it 4 years ago. This is like the like breaking version 1 to version 2. Of course, I'm on 7 minor releases, so I can just act like I don't care. So, this is why I'm careful. I'm hoping that this version of the router does become the 1.0 router. Like, this is the actual solid router. But basically what's holding me off is I didn't have all the features I wanted. And I think with this version, I finally have all the features I want, like preloading and whatnot. I think there's a couple other features. Jesse, who does our timestamps, has offered to help out a bit with this stuff. So, that's the other thing. You want to get involved with some of these projects I'm talking about, let me know. Discord, like, you can see where the work's happening now. It's actually not in SolidStart. I do have an interesting question though. I mean, how do you guys feel about like when I do beta 2 release, just like closing all the issues and pull requests and just like starting over again? I know this is like kind of terrible for people, but like honestly, so much of this stuff is just like not doesn't have anything. Nope. You know, like so much of the stuff is just not relevant again. Like I can't. Nope. Nope. Like almost every one of these bugs. This is why I haven't been attacking them. And I'm sorry, people. I'm not used to these issues. Is just like almost all of these have nothing to do. Like I think maybe like 20 or 30% of them actually are real bugs, but they almost have nothing to like. We won't be able to detect them because they have a lot to do with like how SolidStart is today and not how it is tomorrow. Okay, so yeah, let's flip this around again. Let's get ready for this week in JavaScript, and let me before we do that, let's look at this PR. I wanna see. Let's talk about this PR. Also, I should thank people for subs. I've been very slow on it here. Coca-Cola, thank you for the Prime sub. I don't know if anyone else subbed today. I don't think I do as much Twitch shoutouts as I should to get more subs. I don't really care about that, honestly. This is not how I'm funding very much stuff. But I just want to have more people aware and viewing the channel and learning. Education's my best weapon. All right, let's get going here. Proxy state. All right. General feedback runes state spelling has been very positive. Blah 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 blah. We'd like to nudge Svelte users away from object array mutations and save problematic insofar they mutate. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah. At the same time, however, much uglier right. Also hard at cloning object. Definitely. Oh shit. They're making it nested by default. Huh. Like view. They did it just because of this. Yes, yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's how solids stores work. Well, yeah, I mean, I see. So what? Yes. Okay. Yeah, because I thought about this for a while. The biggest problem is going between a store and not a store is tricky because like the dot value problem in Vue sucks. But like once you have an object or an array as your base object, you know that you can do reactive properties. But if you have a primitive, you can't do that. You need the you need the actual top level thing to change. So you need it to be it's only the top level thing. You need it to be a function. So like I thought about universalizing signals and stores, but I didn't do that because first of all, uh the setter would work differently, and secondly because mutation, um you know actually maybe I can show this, but the where's the playground, because like in our case we have count, set count, right? And you could picture that this create signal store thing could be real, right? Like so they in this world, you know we would need to go count, and then we could do this essentially. So like as long as the first thing's a function call, because you need to be able to track the thing itself changing. Like if you change between a 5 and then set it to an array, like you need to be able to handle the top level change. But the other challenge here is that the setter, right? Because generally speaking, if you if you set count to a new value, you can just go set count 4. But if you set count it's funny, we're talking about what the benefit of having a compiled language is. This is probably one of the better ones. If I want to set push to an array, I need to do this. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to allow mutation outside of the the standing for read write. So it's kind of odd. You don't want to make it so that everyone has to do this essentially every time they set. You know, like if I wanted to just set it to 5, you don't want to do this. Now it's possible that you could just say that, like right now we do this, right? We do, if you wanted to do an incrementer, you do v plus 1, right? So it's possible that you could say like if you return a new top level reference, but you understand there's a difference between return semantics and mutation semantics, like set like like what if I do instead v dot prop plus plus, right? I'm actually returning 5, not v. You know what I mean? Am I setting v to 5 or am I setting it like there's a I hit this early on with the because I used to Solid originally used to support both produce and immutable in the same callback function. Like it would support both ways. So it's actually really tricky to do this from a JavaScript API standpoint if you want to keep read-write segregation. See, the danger of of proxies is that, and nested proxies is that if you pass the thing around, like so if you have like count, right, and I go like props dot prop, like I pass a prop and I go like I don't know, like I don't care what the prop is, and I go count something, right? And this is a proxy. Now I'm inside my component and I have props prop. Sorry, terrible naming. And it's also a proxy. Like I you get to a point where like unexpected mutation completely detected like separated could cause an issue. Now, you can solve this by saying like make props read only or that, but like you someone could, you know, prop other equals, like someone could do something like this and impact something completely detached. This is why two-way bind, like this is a way of sneaking past two-way binding if you think about it, because if you pass something that's deeply mutable down to another component and then like someone decides to mutate it, the parent didn't make that decision, like because you basically have to read only the whole freaking tree. This is why we have set count, because we keep the writing different. So this is one of the challenges with these APIs. Let's continue seeing here, because even with their compiler, they'd have to make sure that exit points leaving the component are read-only if they don't want to cause implicit two-way binding. And that read-only change is usually costly. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, they are right, because in the sense he's right that because he doesn't have to worry about this count versus count, you know, because they can always just go count v, like they don't have to worry about like in solid you'd have to access the first one as a function and then access these nested property. They can always do it like this, so it's kind of transparent, and because they don't have the setter, they don't notice this problem. However, I'm interested how they keep the read write segregation without having to basically like freeze objects all the time. Prevent child components from muting state without permission. Yeah, that's a big one. Yeah, the impact for proxies is not huge. If you've ever wondered about that, you can see in the JS framework benchmark. Solid's proxies are actually in the JS framework benchmark. It makes Solid about 10% slower, but it's not actually a huge deal. I don't think proxies are a deal breaker. Like if you look here, I forget where we are today. Solid's right here. Solid with proxies is right here. So it makes it slower than Svelte without proxies. So I imagine Svelte will then move over here, essentially. Yeah, Svelte will probably end up in the lit area for performance, which is not bad at all. But honestly, I think for any real app, for data stores, you're going to use proxies anyways. Like you're going to, the benefits are, I think this is a fine default. Like the benefits are too great. Like you're not gonna like make nested signals like we do in this example. Like that's what I used to do when I used Knockout. Proxies are what made me decide that like, hey, this is doable. When I first created Solid, I called our create store create state and made it a proxy. I thought that no one would use signals directly. So even though I get a lot of credit on the signal side of things, I actually didn't expect end users to use signals when I first released Solid. I thought everyone would be using our state object, which became our store object, would be using proxies. So there's that. The thing that isn't cheap is preventing child component mutation without permission. I think this is the thing that I'm most interested in. If they make the end user opt in, then that sucks. If they can handle it automatically, it could be expensive. I think that's like, I'm actually a little surprised this is out here because maybe they want to do it from an API standpoint, but I think from an API standpoint, this is a win. I feel like I won't know if this is viable until they implement this. This is actually going to be the most telling part because this is absolutely essential. Vue doesn't think so, but it's not. I mean, I disagree with Vue quite often. Okay, here we are. If unrelated components both have parentheses and tiers, the mutation would cause unexpected outcomes together. That's fine. Planning categories and reactive object read only child component. Yeah. Okay, so the parentheses categories make the reactive objects read only in the child. Yeah. So, but they have to always. Okay, at dev time, I see, and maybe prod depending on whether there's no performance overhead to creating read-only view of the data. I think there is. Okay, it's fair enough. So what they're saying is, in dev, they make stuff read-only, and in prod they don't. Of course, you want to still have the two-way binding, huh? Oh, and inspect ruin. Okay, fair enough. I'm interested to see what they do with map and set. People always tell me they want these, but I actually don't know if there's a single good behavior for map and set in terms of fine-grained updates. I know MobX has some stuff here, but it's interesting. Yeah. So this is what MobX and Solid does. We basically ignore classes. Yep. It's not immutable. Everything is mutable, blah, blah, blah. It embeds every downstream. Yep, exactly. So you can't. Yes, exactly. You can't. So they're saying their decision made sense. Basically, immutability doesn't give you fine-grained updates. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if fine-grained it goes, it's now much better if we can just ignore the things that haven't changed. Exactly. It's syntax and mutation, but I thought it's really more like what he's saying is something I've been saying for a long time. It's that signals are immutable. Like what I mean is that you have to replace the whole value. Like you control the change. So a proxy is just a bunch of signals. Like you don't mutate an existing object. You're always replacing with signals. So it's just a bunch of. I think what you nested, it's hard to call it immutable, but you're doing a bunch of nested replacements. So that's interesting seeing him explain it. That's cool. I think this is actually one of the better uses of the language feature because this is always something and I think with the compiler they can optimize it a bit. As I said, I've always been very conscious of this. Stores in our new version they've gone smaller in the 2.0 beta, but like they add like 2 kilobytes of code. So like it's hard to for me just to go like every app it's a store. Like I didn't want to add 2 kilobytes. I know that seems silly perhaps, but like that's the kind of mentality there. What they're basically saying is that they don't actually need signals, and like expose the end user. And I think that's probably fine when you can, keep the API consistent like this from a language standpoint. Okay, beta 2 will be feature freeze. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping we just go straight to RC after beta 2. I'm hoping we can do this in short order. Sorry, now I'm getting to the comments about this. I don't think so. MobX uses decorators. This is much closer to our stores where you're not like trying to like be descriptive on how you build the stuff. You literally just go like, here's a reactive object, go with it. No, but our stores are, yeah. Yeah, I think that is the difference. I was just arguing that the simplicity is basically as they approach solid, the simplicity mostly goes away that they've been kind of moving towards. But I actually think this is actually the place. The fact that we've always had to deal with these two primitives is very annoying, to say the least. In fact, like our create, like our cache APIs, be, in Solid, I showed them earlier, but the router's cache APIs are proxies in this sense. They actually do fine-grained updates like this, where you get the resource back with the function call, and then everything's dot property after that, and they're all reactive independently. Um, because there's no mutation API, because the fetching and diffing happens from the server, I don't have to worry about this problem. So it's actually very easy for me to update our async primitive to support stores. Just it's actually I think I showed on stream a few weeks ago. I just literally take the promise it gets back and then go then reconcile, and then you put that inside an async function and return the result, and you're like, it's a store. So um, I think I think it's the read write segregation, which is probably the um, biggest motivator here. It is interesting, to say the least, if the compiler removes that need. It definitely has it does help people a bit within the simplification side of things. Of course, you have to really acknowledge that it's not JavaScript, which I think people are fine with at this point. It's tricky for me, as always, because I can see that this isn't JavaScript, but somewhere else down the chain, I can't. So if someone just mutates a value, but again, they're gonna block it with freeze or whatever. Like, yes, this is the other option, do an action, but I don't think Svelte will go for that. In the sense, um, that is what our set state does. The only slight difference with what we're doing here is we're saying that even though it's not true, probably like I could go the action direction. Previously this was very much keyed, now it's not. So technically you could update any store inside any action, but that's not a detail I want to really expose to people. Like I don't think that's really like the way it's supposed to be. This is this is basically the same as action in MobX. Like this, the setter basically turns the proxy in so that it can actually mutate. Otherwise, you can't. Proxies let you do deep reactivity without having to do all the construction of signals and nested signals. It is a game changer. That's one of the big reasons why I wanted to stay in fine grained reactivity world. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's their plan, and I think it's probably pretty smart. You just error out. I see, if I was them, I would error out hard in dev in this case, because you don't want people to ever accept that code. The challenge with these kind of things is code paths, right? It's like the thing you don't hit when you're in dev or when you're testing, and then you release it, and then shit goes down, right? Like essentially, these kind of solutions at first seem like the solution, but they can never actually account for like the things you don't test. Like you can feel more confident in the stuff you do test, but it means the gap there is bigger, if that makes any sense. So like bit weary on that approach, but it if you basically tell people never to mutate props, then it's fine. Except because then people hopefully won't get in the pattern of doing so. You can also like make TypeScript tell you that all props are read only. Like you can do stuff like that, which will also like disencourage it. But yeah, I've actually wondered in the past why we didn't do that. But on the other hand, where the gaps happen, like there's no protection. Yeah, no, it's not. It, yeah. To, yeah, to be fair, there's still proxies in this case. When even in prod, they're just saying that they're basically they could keep the warning there. So I think that's fine. Like, but I would. It's just one of those things where it's like you kind of never want to fail in prod with something you don't catch in. Yeah, I don't know. Yes, that's correct. Yeah, and that was a monumental thing for me. You got to understand, when I first submitted to the JS framework benchmark back in 2018, I didn't use the signals version. I actually used the the proxy version. This just kind of shows you how much faster other libraries have gone. Inferno was not here for some reason. Inferno back then was like over here, and the solid store version was faster. Proxies used to be faster in the browser. I don't know why. Maybe solid proxies implementation got a little bit slower, but um, and I was sitting there trying to figure out how to make the fastest library at the time, and the lazily creating the signals unless they mutated was like one of those key pieces that led me to when I first open source library in 2018, when I figured out that I could do that essentially. I did a lot of work on stores and proxies and early on, because nobody was into signals or hook looking APIs. They didn't exist yet. So I was like trying to make stuff look like plain objects. And like I also wanted to beat virtual DOM libraries at diffing things like the dbmon example. So I spent a lot of time on proxies. The other cool thing about proxies is it's a lot easier to diff state deeply and have them do fine grained updates. So like if you get new data from a server, instead of just replacing it, diff the data and then send the fine grained triggers out. That's a whole trick. Like I've been talking about the action APIs. I didn't really show it in detail, but if the one thing that I didn't explain is, if you were on a to-do list thing and you add a new to-do and the server sends you back the full to-do list again, on refresh, revalidation, has all the updates, maybe someone else updated a to-do in a different browser than you, and it comes in. Solid stores under the hood won't re-render the whole list again. It'll just go, okay, these are the same objects, diff on the proxy, and then it'll be like, oh, this one was changed to complete, and it'll just update the one text cell. It doesn't re-render anything. And proxies give you the ability to do that very easily, even within like a collection of, say, to-dos or whatever. You can basically end up just updating a single field, even though you fetch for all the data. So this is all good stuff for for positionally getting Svelte to where it needs to be in terms of performance. Like these are all the secrets and tricks that we've learned in Solid over the years. Yeah, I'm not surprised by this progression or that we're here in any sort of way. It's fine. Yeah, what year are we in now? I feel like I've been talking about this stuff for forever, like 5, 6 years now. It's just like finally, you know. Anyways, I'm excited for the future. Right, because it's not just about the signals and the reactive um, updates of components. It's actually the fine-grained rendering model. That's really what we've been pushing the envelope on. People have had signals forever, like view and knockout and all that. But the actual modern rendering techniques that you're seeing in Svelte 5, that's what really started with stuff like SJ surplus, and we spent a ton of time on with Solid in terms of like all the proxy stuff. Surplus didn't have proxies. All of that stuff was largely what the work was during their first couple of years of Solid. Anyway, sorry, that's a long thing. Let's continue into this week in JavaScript, shall we? Let me have a second here to get myself set up. And I still have a tiny bit of coconut water. Good stuff. Yeah. For a stream that I didn't think that I was going to get into. Oh, I didn't talk about the module stuff that Matthew Phillips wanted me to talk about. It's not a big deal. I will. I'll talk about it in a minute. All right. Let me just get set up. I'm sorry. Give me 2 seconds here. Haven't lost many viewers yet. People can, remember we have a chat, so we can definitely talk in chat. Just getting myself all set up here. All right, and then my bookmarks. I don't know. I feel tired, but I think it's just because I've been working at this stuff like nonstop. So much so that I literally didn't post anything from the Solid account for 2 weeks. God, I feel bad about that. I'm just looking at Twitter and it's like, I mean, obviously I've been gone for 2 weeks because of Thanksgiving and whatnot, but our last stream would have been what, like November 18th or something. And yeah, what day is it today? I don't even should look at a calendar one of these days. I will admit I've been working the last couple nights. I told myself that I'd try not to, but I feel like we're so very close on yeah, 17th was the last stream on where we're heading to in SolidStart. So yeah, 17th, that's there. And let's go. Okay, actually, I think my first, we can carry on with Svelte stuff. I think my first actual tweet that I saw was Svelte. Actually, maybe we'll go somewhere else first. Okay, but all right, let's talk about this week in JavaScript. As you know, I collect different tweets I see over time, and in contrast to what we just talked about with the proxy stuff that I'm very excited about, I saw this tweet and I was almost horrified. Yeah, I sorry, just side note on this. I'm actually I have a couple people before, maybe not that much because Dan isn't around anymore. I'm actually the only person who does the Solid account right now. I used to be so on top of it, it's not a problem. Maybe I should delegate it to other people. But yeah, I've been the Solid account since Dan moved on. So and before obviously. So it is what it is. You can tell when I'm busy. You ever stream a live play of a Solid song? Oh man. If you ever want to see Solid or music stuff, look up North Fan Rumblers on YouTube. Yeah, this I thought. Anyways, get back to this. I'm super stoked for the proxy thing. I am less stoked for this. I'm trying to remember the context. Someone was saying about classes. React had to come up with the arbiter use prefix to note they own specific functions. Svelte came up with swing out the door with a new class and bam, hijacked another JS feature convenient for them. I don't think that's fair. I think use is the same as $ here. Like, if we're talking about syntax, Svelte comes up with lots of new syntax. I don't think that's actually, and use actually isn't that important comparatively, unless they use that for compiler things. Because there's so many used Svelte markets reactive in the mind. No, but they're automatically marking it because of the $. Okay, sorry, never mind that. What I'm getting at is, yes, you can do this with classes, but this is why, this is exactly, I mean, I know some people still like this, but this is why I got so into functions with Solid. Knockout was kind of like this, except this code was in the constructor, but essentially, if you move this code back in the constructor, which you have here anyways, literally, this count, if you just move this back in the constructor, what you will see is with a fine-grained reactive library, 90% of the code is in the constructor, and then all the other code you have are just these methods that use this. And if you just hoisted them into here, you wouldn't need this. I am honestly, this is not an argument for classes. I think classes still are not where I want to be. Yeah, let's move on from that. Anyway, so very stoked about proxies, not stoked about whatever this is. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Some people love classes, and there's nothing we can do about it. Let's go on. No, it's so funny how most of the stuff actually happened in the last week. Let's move on. I'm going to stay on bookmarks for a minute. That's 27th. I don't care about chronological. Cool. That one's heavier though, so let's give it a minute. Let's. I don't know if anyone saw, but November 26th, Solid was the Wordle word of the day. Unfortunately, I didn't see this till way too late in the day. It was already passed in Eastern, in Europe. So people are like, "What are you talking about?" But I'm glad at least one person managed to see. It's nope. This is what my probably favorite response was. React was a bit more helpful, but I didn't make this up. It's just I didn't get to it till I'm Pacific time. I'm the last time zone that anyone's ever doing stuff. So if we actually look, Sarah managed to get in just in time. She's the brains behind our docs now, and yes, I also got that. But anyways, just fun bit here. Yeah, see, that was all the Solid news. I've been so heads down. We talked about it on the stream, but let's continue on here. State of JS survey is up now. They did something this year that I like and don't like. They stopped shortlisting names in the choose people kind of side of things. I guess they didn't last year. It was just a big blob. But I feel like I didn't end up spending nearly as much time typing in people's names as I did last year. Last year, I just it took me forever. I just kept on going back and adding hundreds and hundreds of people's names to the best categories at the end to vote for them. So it's really tricky because you gotta it's actually beneficial, I think, for people to actually promote it on Twitter, because then it, like, that person's on their mind when they go to fill out the survey. If you want to like push like show up on like best video creator and stuff and all that kind of stuff. In either case, from a framework standpoint, I'd love to get a little representation. If you guys are all Solid users or Svelte users, go in, fill it out, give us a good word. As you know, Solid and Svelte have been enjoying the top of the list for the last couple of years. Let's keep that train going. All right. I'm glad there's been a lot of talk and stuff coming out of the server component thing and about Suspense. This always seemed obvious to me, but and this is I talked about this before. One of the challenges of React, why the file-based routing in Next has to use separate files. You see what he had to do? He had to move the await call from where he thought logically he would do it to inside the component for Suspense to trigger, because Suspense is here, so you have to await inside here. And while in this example, they're in the same file and this is simple, this is actually kind of pushes your thinking a bit from a mental standpoint. Now, there is other ways to solve this. One easy way to solve this is take this, instead of awaiting here, just fetch and make this movie promise and then pass movie promise to random movie and then await it in here. But like, this is such a subtle, obvious thing, but I bet people get hit by this all the time, right? Ironically, again, and this is why I posted this in my infamous what does Solid solve without saying it thread is, the first example in Solid works because we don't await promises, we create signals which are read lazily. And when you have fine-grained reactivity, if you push the read of that movie under the Suspense boundary, guess what? Suspense works. You don't have to push inside the component. So this just works automatically in Solid, given the reactive model. So I felt this was deserving of it, especially because it's non-blocking. This await is like, it's clear that this won't work because it's a wait. Like, you're literally like, if this had an await in it too, there's your waterfalls, right? This is why React went through all the effort of doing this. Like, server components are good anyways, but this is why they didn't release a data fetching primitive until server components, or there's no await in the browser, because like, this is kind of terrible for the React's re-render model. And even in any render model where you have to wait to do the whole thing, by moving to signals, you basically remove this concern. So yeah, that's my tip. I'm sure you'll be getting this feature in Svelte 6. So, sorry, that jab was probably not necessary, but I think it's important. Like, there's incredible things that are enabled when you inverse the pattern like that. It's like what Rich was talking about. We really need people keep up, like we really need to like change our thinking here. It's I think this is solid similarity to React in terms of syntax. It probably hurt people understanding. They're just like, oh, it's just like a smaller React, like Preact. No, the revolution's already happening. Get on board. All right, let's keep on going. No, I mean, I don't even have to say get in Svelte 6. Like, I think these things are just inevitable. The async patterns that we're working on Solid 2.0, I wouldn't be surprised if you see them show up in every signals framework in the next couple of years. I think like there's clearly, once you go through the effort of changing the thinking, there's clearly a trajectory. It's not something I'm inventing. It's kind of like how you discover science. Like, it exists in, like, it's something that's already out there. Like, you can already see how the pieces are fitting together. And I think these things are fairly inevitable at this point. All right. Yeah, it's funny. I didn't tweet much this week. Okay, so so basically, this was just me playing my greatest hits. Honestly, this is let's I think the only other discussions I got in were here. Yeah. I wanted to highlight this one. Um I love that in how in one tweet this developer on Lit exemplified everything I just like about Lit. Now, don't get me wrong, I like Lit, and in the sense that I think that technology-wise, the tag template literals are basically the fastest way to render DOM nodes. I think that I mean, it's not the fastest way to update, and that's where reactivity comes in. I think that they've been working on new compiled templates. I think that they are one of the fastest, one of the lightest weight frameworks. I think that their alignment in terms of no build is really beneficial for a lot of use cases. I think that web components fit a lot of scenarios, and Lit being, a strong, like, it's, if you compare Lit and Polymer, it's like night and day. Lit is a good framework, but I sit it there. Lit is a framework, or, as much of a framework as Solid is. Like, we can talk about semantics there. And this comment just like lit it up for me. I work on Lit, which I hesitate to call a framework, but gives a framework like DX for building web components while trying to keep opinions to a minimum and lock in those possible. That's fair. Okay. It's got reactivity, declarative templates, great performance, SSR, TypeScript support, native CSS, complicated context, tasks, and more. It's built on materially designed, blah, 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 blah. And I just love Dimitri's comment. This is beyond ridiculous. I hesitate to call a framework a minimal lock-in. Here's a list of its Lit only things that all make it a framework. Like, that's pretty good. I might have took it slightly out of context. Lit HTML is, and that was the part that I was talking about that I liked. This is there. It's not completely exemplified here, though. That's a good example of it. This is where my biggest fear of web components come in. It's that people trusting in it assume that it's like a future proofing mechanism. Like, I've seen this, people say this a lot. They're like, oh, I'm building for the platform, like other solutions aren't using the platform, and I mean, a lot of naysayers spend a bunch of time saying, oh, web components aren't stable if they don't have all the features. I'm like, yeah, you can get it done. I worked on web components in production app from 2014 to 2020. I spent 6 years in a web component only solution building production level apps using, like, you can build the apps, you can do stuff. I hit challenges with forms and hidden fields, and but you can work around it. And web components are in a way better place than it was when I was writing all the polyfills by hand myself. Like, that's what I used to do, write web component polyfills. And that's all fine, but at the end of the day, I don't like the expectation that people think that just because they're using web components, they're better set up for the future. Like, because they're playing more to the platform. The biggest flaw with this thinking is that web components are a necessary piece. Like, what I mean by that is web components are a tool. They are a custom element with functionality. But the assumption that web components are like where we end up, like all our components will be web components, is ridiculous. Of course, all our components won't be web components. Do all your components need to be native DOM elements? Why would you? There's so many reasons why that's not the case. You wouldn't want it for performance. For one, that's obvious. Like, why putting extra DOM elements page? Why are you doing the overhead of attribute serialization? Why do any of that stuff? So, like, right off the bat, that we're not, like, when you think of, like, the way, say, like, a library like React uses components, these are not the same thing. Now, Could web components be the ultimate output of what you build? Definitely. But are they necessary? They're about as necessary as micro front ends. So like this is the thing. Like if you work on a huge team across a lot of space with lots of teams working together, all the same things that lead to micro front ends. I've given this rant before that maybe web components is a solution, but the problem here is just by picking web components doesn't mean you're better set up for the future in any way. In fact, there's a whole world of patterns that have nothing to do with web components, and you might be, by choosing solutions that are focused too narrowly on them, like as in web components are their components, you might be actually giving up on a lot. And it's like the lock-in, as talked out here, is still real. Like SSR is not a DOM spec or a, W3 spec. It's a lit spec, because SSR was something beyond that functionality. If a different solution has more performant and better SSR, the choice of using lit with web components didn't actually better set you up for the future. It actually made it work, like basically locked you into a solution. What about resumability? Resumability with web components is very difficult, as Mishko again will tell you. If that's where things are heading, well, guess what? You didn't save yourself for the future there either. There's so many examples of this. Lit and web components frameworks are a fine solution, but they're just a different one. It's like I could choose, I don't know, something Vue, Svelte, React, Solid, whatever, and it not have certain features that I need in the future, and be like, yeah, that's just the way things went. Things progress in different ways. I chose React in the virtual DOM, and everyone went to Signals. Like it is what it is. But acting like a web component solution or lit, is it any different? Well, here's the thing. It's like, well, I can always replace my web components with other web components. So I don't have to use lit. I can use whatever the new thing is. But the assumption is that the container, the interface point of a DOM element, is the right interface between these pieces. And maybe in some cases it is, but in other cases, JavaScript is. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think there's a reply here where someone is like, what's your take on HTML components, customers without shadow DOM? Sure. Is there more replies? Nah. Maybe it's more replies to the original tweet. Depends on how you use them. Sure. They are different though, right? You trade off some expressivity, only string attributes, for the ability to use them wherever you can use HTML and JS with better sets of, yeah. I think a lot of people are like, sure, web components, I think there's an example where you can use them on the server. Yeah, because you're not server rendering them, right? Yeah, I think the thing is, for JavaScript libraries, HTML doesn't need to be part of the interface. I'm just putting it out there. Like the biggest difference between putting a web component on a server rendered page so that you can like client render the web component and server render the rest of the markup is that in a web component, you put the web component on the page and you import the JavaScript with a script tag for that web component. If that was a React component, you'd put the reference div on the page, and then you would import the React script and have to call render on it, essentially. So like you could say, oh, it's a no build thing, but then you could use Preact. Like it's not, which with this tag template literals. So I don't think it's any more difficult to like embed something. It's more like I think it's really good for stuff like widgets, commoditized things you don't really want to worry about. But internally, it might be really good for large teams that need to keep that isolation of reusable pieces. Because if you had to do those interface points like I was just talking about all over the place, maybe that would be more hard. But if you actually had a system like that, you would actually probably have a build system that was handling all the bundling, all the web components for you. Like you wouldn't really be any different than any modern framework you're using. So like the whole argument, like sometimes setting a strict interface is what lets you be more interoperable and change things up. So from that point, it's definitely positive. But on the other hand, like if someone just chose a strict interface of their choosing instead of what web components have decided, they could also achieve the same thing, right? Yeah. I mean, I've once joked about that the web components are the best migration tool, but the problem is then you don't end up migrating off the web components. But it does make it a little bit easier to go back and forth. But I think you could do it with the JS API, but web components do make it like easier because you can just like put the element in it. But yeah, as you said, now you have two frameworks, maybe three frameworks. No SSR. Yeah, the accessibility issues are tricky because I understand where the challenge exists, but it's hard when the platform which has accessibility in mind or should be the like primary like champion here. And they are. Like you talk to Justin or anyone like involved, they really care about this stuff and try to do it, but they understand that like the challenges in the way of it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when I first saw mitosis, I was like, this is probably a better way of doing it. The only challenge there is like mitosis is also another language thing. I mean, I like the language. It's basically like React with solids rules. But if you start, I mean, what you really need is like, there's Sveltosis. You need to be able to get the source from different frameworks and output. The only challenge there is a lot of time with the features with these things, you end up with lowest common denominator. Unfortunately, at a certain point, like you don't want to depend on this because you want your solution to have multiple things. It's kind of like don't use micro frontend so every team can use a different language. But it's a good tool if you want to say, um, you have a set of components and you want to be able to like move them across and like you're moving from one to the other. I as I said, it's funny how similar a lot of these agnostic solutions and web components kind of and micro frontends kind of align. Well, see, that's what everybody actually wanted. They wanted CSS isolation. They didn't want web components. They wanted style scoped or whatever. The fact that it's baked into like a shadow DOM, which has projection rules and all that stuff, is not it. That's exactly why people will use shadow DOM right now. But if you ask someone what the best design they could think of that was strictly only for scoping CSS, I doubt very much the shadow DOM is what they'd end up with. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it makes the interfacing a little bit easier, but it also comes at its own expense. And it's like you're already in a situation where you wish you weren't, anyways. That's only a comment there. And I think it's fine. Like if you pick up Lit as a greenfield project and you're like, I'm just gonna build with Lit and go all in on it, good stuff. It'll be great. It's just I'm just pointing out that it is, and I think to be pointing out, it is still a framework. Like essentially, like you haven't made yourself better to the platform in any sort of way. With an increasing amount of framework supporting tools, I wonder if there'll be a simpler mitosis that only straps over them and not also IU. Well, the funniest thing is everyone who knows the history of mitosis, it's so cool to be involved in this project in that JSX Lite, which is mitosis' predecessor, was developed by Steve, the CEO builder, almost like this is before Misco and the Quick Guys and all that joined on. He did it himself, and me and him were in talks at that time, and he based the API off Solid essentially. we were talking about it. He's like, could we do a JSX, framework thing? And I'm like, you could, but the update model would have to change. React's update model is weird in a sense with all the re-rendering and the refs and all this stuff that could like account for that in the hook rules. But I'm like, if you flip it around and you make everything signals based, I positive I could have it behave in every single library fairly close. Either going to their native stuff, which is a little bit different, and you'd have to like fix the difference in timing behavior, or using it as a driver, like using MobX to drive React. Like you could definitely do it. And but I'm like, but those differences, like I showed him that old consistency article where I showed all four firmwares doing different stuff, would probably be the death of you. So I don't know. It seems like a lot of work. And then he went and created JSX Lite, and it was basically solid. It had four component. It had like all the solid syntax, and it worked pretty well. But around that time, they started working on Quick, and they got to that point, and they're like, well, I don't need to migrate from solid components to quick components. I need to migrate from React, right? And the problem is for it to work, they had to keep solid semantics, like early returns. And what they actually do is like look at stuff like map functions and go, okay, that's a map. I need to like internally turn into a like a V4, NG4, or solids 4 component or whatever. Like essentially, they kind of cheat it. Like it's probably fairly easy to break it in that like if you don't follow like if you have a function called .map or whatever, it's not going to work kind of scenario. They went with more fragile transforms, but the result is you get to use more React-like syntax to do it. But like, yes, the cool thing is when you have a primitive like signals reactivity, you can model any other system with it. So yeah, and hopefully less work for what's his name again? He did, the guy who works on Mitosis. I always feel like he's doing it tirelessly because he has to interact with like every framework, and every framework's like whatever, it's not us, it's you. And then he's like got to like dig, like if there's a performance issue or something, and it's like, you know, he works tirelessly. I can't remember his name at the second right now, but he's a good guy. I think anyone who goes with any solution always talks about the problems they have with it, right? I was on web components for like what 6 7 years. I think people on React for 6 7 years are probably lamenting the same kind of stuff. But yeah, maybe web components more than other. It wasn't that it was necessarily bad, and I'm even talking back in the day. It was just like it just felt in the end I was like this was just unnecessary because we built with framework stuff anyways. Like it's like using lit and saying lit HTML is actually what we built with. The web components didn't really matter. And like for me at a certain point I had to step back from it. Sammy, yes. Sammy. Yeah, that's exactly who I mean. All right. Anyways, this was a fun conversation. Someone flagged me with this. I don't think I have time to watch this video on stream. They're like, they wanted me to react to. I don't even think I have the right audio device set up right now, but they wanted me to react to Theo reacting to Prime, reacting to the professor, reacting to Theo. Like this is like this crazy thing. It was about object oriented. I did watch a bit of it. It's about object oriented programming versus functional programming and what's better and why Theo puts his React angle on it, where he's talking about React's functional programming stuff. And I agree completely. One of my least read articles um, ever. Let me see if I can find it. Is let me go all the way back. Published. A Medium was I like where is it? Why React hooks? OP with functions in JavaScript. 55 claps. Um, I basically showed how to re-implement every single. I'll just post this in here, but this. Yeah, I mean I should also post the original source video that I'm talking about here. But essentially, this whole thing is I've just showed how you can get all the principles of OOP basically using JavaScript and functional programming. Like, you know, the only one that I didn't, encapsulation. And I think I was actually arguing that that functional programming was better for encapsulation. Um, like inheritance, polymorphism. I did kind of try and explain that, like the way that it it works, like there are rough things about the inheritance. I don't actually like the inheritance very much, but this whole thing was just like a mental exercise to say, like, you can kind of do OOP with functions if you want to, but like maybe you won't. Oh, this is a member only story. Why did I do that? Ugh. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, that's probably more than enough than I need. I was looking at this video and it just, I don't care enough. I'm sorry, guys. Like, I don't like classes. I think you can use functions to do most of the stuff. I think it's cleaner. So yeah, I don't even know who I agree with. The truth of the matter is, when you want to use these certain tools, you can do it. Like, oh, I think people spend too much time. Like, these are patterns. They're not even tools necessarily. Like these are actually like they're a way of applying pieces of code together. It's not really tied to a specific language. It's not really tied to a specific tool. You know, putting these best practices together, it becomes a mythology. But like, I don't know. You'll probably have to watch the original video to know what I'm talking about. I watched enough of it to know that I would not be um would not be covering it here. No, I didn't. There's asked a question if I did prototype chaining. No, I actually did not do prototype chaining. I mean, some of the stuff I did here was not very performant. I was purely using like functional approaches to derive behavior and composition. Like, dog type, can bark, can eat, has name, name. Like, this is just like, this could be just reduce left or whatever, you know, or reduce right. But like, this doesn't actually use prototypes at all. Oh yeah, I do use reduce. Anyways, it's fine. Yeah, and I think you all shouldn't either. Oh, I'm just talking about my article about that I wrote a long time ago, in 2019, how you could do OOP with functions in JavaScript, which is me reacting to Theo, reacting to Prime, reacting to whoever this guy is, and yeah, there we go. I have the screenshot where I have us all in the same screen. Did I say mythology? Methodology. Methodology. Yeah. Oh, it's all good. All right. Let's continue. Um, okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that's a good one. Next.js Live helped us to prove two hypotheses. Bundleless dev server is viable. It's not. It doesn't scale. Web API only WinterCG is viable. It's not. Node is the true standard. I don't know if I agree with either of these. I'll say with a bit of a caveat. Bundleless dev server is not really viable. It's kind of like serverless. I mean, it's kind of like it's like a lie a little bit. like even Vite bundles underneath the hood. There's just, you need to bundle some stuff. And I had a good long talk with Tobias, Webpack, when and TurboPack when I was in Amsterdam, and we were we were talking about cache invalidation, and he wanted to know if he could use reactive patterns as a mechanism, but he didn't want to two-way link the stuff. Like he didn't want to do the two-pass notification. And to be fair, something like Angular's approach of versioning the edges would work for him, and I mentioned that. But I don't know where he ended up, but he was definitely having a problem with trying to figure out how to do granular cache invalidation, with with the bundle of stuff they're doing. I still think like this is nuanced in that like it's a hybrid kind of thing, right? You don't. I think whether you want to call it the second you bundle something, it being bundleless, not being bundleless anymore is arguable. But I just kind of wanted to kind of put that out there. Yeah, I mean, I keep on hearing a lot of things. Another one is ISR style invalidation. I think I talked about this before on stream, but like I was talking to some people in Netlify with all our new features we've been working on to standardize ISR without proprietary stuff. We jump right back into like, can we recreate Gatsby without Gatsby in a more primitive way by using data proxies signals, kind of essentially to do fine-grained invalidation and partial re-rendering of apps, let's say in Solid. So, like build system ties to fine-grained data dependencies because they knew on their side exactly what data changed. We could know from our side exactly what data is read, and then it's like this match made in paradise, so to speak. So, yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I think it's this doesn't scale part because I think the problem is they need to like go check every other, like there's a lot of unnecessary checking of what actually changed because something else changed, problem. I actually have less expertise on why it isn't. I just, from talking to people and seeing it in life, I can anecdotally say that I understand why it doesn't scale. But generally, on the other side, there's benefits to Bundleless, and especially in terms of being able to like get up fast running on dev. So it's like, yeah, I mean, I trust Guillermo on like that. It's definitely more nuanced on this, and they worked through this stuff. Like, no one's purely Bundleless. Yeah. I mean, it's basically. I mean, it's funny because I mean I didn't show this earlier. Do I have an example with SolidStart? Is it open right now? The dev server. Yeah, we're with auth. Yeah, let's just do this. Local. If you go on the network and you look at the JavaScript sent down on this page and we load the page, there is a lot of freaking crap because look, these are all the like the separate files here, right? Like they don't actually, like they do some transforms on them because this TSX has definitely been transformed, but these are these aren't in like a bundle. These are all mapped one for one, except for where they're not, because there's these whole optimized depth things. If you go into this chunk is actually a little bit more significant. What's another chunk? I think this is just all solid.js in this chunk. Yeah. I think it's about 1,000 lines of code, maybe a little bit longer. Is there anything else in this chunk? Yeah, it's like solid. Yeah. This is solid.js in a chunk without the tree shaking because it's in dev mode. Yeah, I yeah, basically, um, they try their best not to actually generate. It's funny because the transform generates kind of virtual files in a sense, but they try their not to like bundle everything to a file, so they have to like, the thing is with bundled dev server, every time you change, you go and remake the whole bundle again, and that takes some time because you pull it all in. But I think what they're talking about from their thing is that doing the invalidation on a granular level was also hard to scale to decide like what needs to be re-updated. I'm interested to see if more people agree or disagree with this completely Vite perspective. Like as I said, I think a hybrid is kind of where we're at. Yeah, no, this is not bundleless like no build that we're talking about. This is like bundleless dev server. There's no Vercel. Anyone who's ever used JavaScript in a serious way or whatever disagrees with DHH. Like you could actually, I can't say that. There's those like web component people again, but like buildless and bundleless are completely different things. Faster startup times in dev. When Vite first came out, that was the whole thing. Like you literally just like you turned on and it just popped up instead of like making this giant bundle that then you'd have to like put together and then load. You just have everything. It just like shoots up. A lot of the files maybe don't get transformed, and you just request them as you need them, and they all just come in. You don't need to necessarily initially grab all the JavaScript and all the pages. You know, like obviously code splitting helps with that anyways. But like essentially the dev startup time was way quicker. I'm not sure. That's a good question. I think it's the overall code, right? But I guess the lib code would be eventually where it got really bad because you know peering into the depths of node modules, you know, probably is where, yeah, I think that's, I mean, if your app got large enough, it'd be a consideration, but I imagine it's all the lib code that gets pulled in. As I said, I don't want to speak as representative on this part completely because I don't know the nuance of these details. But I do want to talk about the second one here. Web API only WinterCG is viable. It's not Node is the true standard. This is lazy. I'm sorry. It's like saying like and kind of unexpected. It's like saying X JavaScript framework isn't viable. React is the true standard. Like I think the reason for this, and it's probably fair, is that Node has been building on this stuff for like what 15 years now, something like that. It's a little less, and like we're trying to apply web APIs to areas where the web APIs are still being developed and designed, where the gaps are, and for that reason, like we can't just rely on them completely. So like someone in Vercel's place needs to ship something today, they can go, look, the web APIs are missing this. And I think in practice, the WinterCG ended up not delivering what they wanted to, in the sense that, as I said, Jared Sumner summed it up best when he said, it's where we all get to meet and decide what our favorite Node APIs are. That's how he described it to me. And so from this perspective, it's accurate. And then I know this is funny for me because I always kind of criticize standards a little bit, web component type stuff. But like, if the web APIs could be viable across the board, we would be in a much better place, because then we wouldn't have to deal with the legacy today of Node APIs. Don't get me wrong. Any standard-based thing becomes legacy. Like the web that we're talking about right now, in 5-10 years, will be like, oh, those legacy web response APIs or whatever. Like, so it's just that maybe making anything in a standard is dangerous, because we lose the ability to just like shove it off a cliff. But there's a lot that I was also talking to Jared, and he came up with his own custom implementations of stuff because like Node APIs directed the way these things have to work, just from an API design standpoint, that were innately imperformant. So like they basically just made some assumptions on the interface that they exposed to people, and now it's impossible for Jared to optimize it, basically. And like the streaming APIs were a perfect example of that. And I think that there's a lot of potential here on the web APIs being the thing. It wasn't shippable today, which is why, I'm pretty sure Next and them, they were just like, oh yeah, async local storage slap, they just basically gave up. And to be fair, everyone followed suit and added async local storage to all their cloud providers, which is why we can use it today in SolidStart. But I don't think this should be the takeaway. I think that like it's true that that's where we are today, but I'm still pretty optimistic that in time the Node APIs do not need to like as having started from a position of web APIs and slowly added Node APIs back in, as needed. You know, as time goes on, we need less and less of those Node APIs. That being said, we're probably too far away. Winter CG maybe was good timing from like where people were in their solutions, but too early for us actually to be able to deliver on it. Standards move and the move too slow, and maybe that's really what Guillermo's point is. In the same way, like we basically can't wait on standards. That being said, I also don't think we can. I guess to operate today, you have to treat Node as a true standard, but I don't think that's something to what's the term, like try to like work towards. Like I think that's like a harsh reality. Kind of like, I don't know. Well, maybe just apply that to my earlier comparison. Actually, it's impossible we mix the true standard. Uh, yeah, I think I want a yet on the second one. Yeah, that's the interesting thing about this on the scaling side, because there is some amount of hybriding. That's why there's an optimized depth thing where Vite will actually pre like bundle certain things. But it seems like, and maybe it's the size of apps, that the next side has had way more issues on performance and bundling than we've seen on the Vite side. And funnily enough, um, they realized this, I guess. Maybe they were doing this bundleless thing in a way, and then they did improve performance recently with the last releases. So I take it whatever they were doing before wasn't scaling. But you're right, we haven't seen the same complaint as much on the Vite side. Yeah, you think that's the partial pre-rendering, because basically they're saying like don't render on the edge. Just use the like we'll serve the static part from the edge and then you render the rest of the stuff from the server. Yeah. It's nice right now working in these zones where we're using mostly smaller apps and stuff, so we can basically render from the edge whenever we feel like it. But yeah, so yeah, maybe that's what it is. But I don't think people should be working for it. Like if I'm making a new blank ORM or whatever, like whatever I'm making now, don't make Node the only target. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So yeah, I think the other funny thing is the initial load time with the bundleless piece feels so much faster that people like aren't suffering the rest of it as much. Like I always talk about benchmark bias on this kind of stuff because like one of the things that Solid does really well is that if someone does some stupid demo that's not real, where they just like update a text node as many times as they can, Solid will be faster than Svelte, everyone else. But this is not a real test. Like it's just the thing that's easiest to verify. And I feel like this is one of those examples where the easiest to verify thing is definitely benefits Bundleless. Yeah. Well, it's going to be interesting to see how this goes. It's funny because we weren't talking about PPR as much on the Netlify side, but I'm sure it's part of the discussion now. A lot of stuff has been about invalidation. I'm looking for it to get past the next part of SolidStart. I've been pushing all the people back and be like, let me get the new SolidStart out, then we can talk about how we can implement these kind of features. So, yeah, I think I do want to see. I mean, there is a lot of things where people do hit issues, and like our adapter swap was easy enough, but they'll go deploy with edge false or edge true, have it fail, and then switch to edge false. It happened a lot. They're like, my Prisma doesn't work or whatever, you know? So I get it. They have a build step in Fresh now. I almost want to look in that, but I kind of don't want to. All right. Anyways, interesting stuff. I wonder. I really want Bundleless. Yeah, the problem is where the rest of the server ecosystem is today. But it's like not a reason not to try and push the ecosystem over there. Thank you, James Snell. Anyway, I'm happy for the standardization. The fact that I can just use web responses and like that in Node now makes my life, a million times easier. Well, anyway, I think that's it. We're back to Ryan Florence's runaway remix router downloads. And I guess that means Remix has 50,000 stars on GitHub. So we full circled. And in good time. They call it ahead of time compilation. Oh man, I really this buildless stuff in that sense is just complete BS. Like if you're converting TypeScript files to JS files, if you're doing Tailwind, like you're doing a build, it's like configless build. Is that what it is? There's probably even config in the. I don't get it. I mean, it's fine if something's actually buildless. I think this is just the old Swix left shift thing, right? We're just moving stuff down the line. If our builds can be built into our tools in a way that we don't have to interface with them, it just makes our lives seem easier. Optional builds and optimization stuff, and that's always the thing. Just like the lit templates that do that optimal compile, it's just that. And what's nice about that is you can just kind of just do it or not do it, sorry, and just like do your thing and then be like, actually, I want to optimize it now. I can do it. Like having that kind of graduation seems reasonable to me. It's just one of those things where it's like, I know I'm always going to hit the checkbox, so why do I care? You tell me that I can optimize something for my end users, I'm going to do it every time. Forget an optimization step. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely one way of putting it. I'm just picturing the code that React Forget would allow you to write and then turn React Forget off. Like just like how like unoptimal that code would be. No, not really. I talked about web components a whole crap ton. The only thing that I thought was kind of funny was that, uh, and it was the start of the stream, was that essentially this is React Router. So Ryan Florence was basically saying that Remix has 4.5 million users instead of 20,000 or whatever. Like this is downloads, so I mean a week or whatever. Like um or is it downloads a month? Yeah, in any case. And it's because they just like moved the package over. Remix I guess also has 50,000 stars. That was the funniest drama today. It's not even really drama. Oh, I need to go. Okay, fine, fine. Yeah, so let's see Evan's response. Someone shared this earlier in the chat. Let me see that. Where is that? Where is Evan's response? Why can't I find it? Someone share it again? Yeah, let's it wasn't that long ago, was it? Where's Evan's response? Okay, someone share it again. I mean, I could try and go looking for it, but I guess he would have did he retweet it? Let me try. You yucksy. Whenever you say that. Okay. Here we go. Did I find it? Is this the right stuff? I see. So he's actually going further because like even though Vite has a way to bundle some stuff for performance optimization, he's actually saying like Bundleless mostly works as is. That's that might be fair sometimes. Oh, maybe I just have a really fast machine. Well, I'm glad he got in the fray here. Evan was always entertaining. Oh, do we got time for one more spicy one before I go? Let's see here. But I just like that in general. That's why you should never fix any issues on GitHub. No. Do you think Next.js is not living up to expectations? React being the only other real option out there is an opportunity for a new React framework that's a bit simpler and traditional? Is Remix a problem? I mean, I think Remix is already capturing a bit of that zone if Next isn't doing it for you. I guess people don't like the loaders and actions. What you're asking, like, if that gamble is the play, then I guess I think the solution would have to be something very client side friendly, mentally wise. I think it's basically TanStack router. It's TanStack start. That's basically something that looked like that is basically where that would fit. It could support SSR, but be very client centric in its data patterns. You'd use like TanStack query. You wouldn't have loaders and actions. I don't know if there's a space for it, but that's definitely where things are at. Tanner, I don't think cares about the meta framework. He's lost that thing interest, but the stuff we're building on Vinci is going to make that very easy to come about. We're like 90% of the way there anyways. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's room. I think there's the next is just kind of the thing, so it's like hard to find room. They're kind of React core team decisions are kind of pushing out other meta frameworks, but I don't know. If I was looking for a path like that, I do think it would have to be very CSR to SSR friendly, which Next and Remix kind of actually aren't. All right, let's see. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Evan's the master of like not subtle subtweeting or whatever. Yeah, so everything's scaled if you want it to. I trust this man. He knows what he's talking about. He's a React user. I'm you. Beat comes out better. Yeah. No, I mean, yeah. Anyway, I think I am calling it a stream. I think I have sushi today, so I am stoked for that. I don't know what I'm doing next week, but hopefully we've got some releases in the pipeline. I don't know if I can get SolidStart Beta 2 out next week, simply from the fact of the docs dragging, but you could definitely try it. You might even be able to try it right now if you npm init solid at beta. You can probably see where things are at. But yeah, I really wanted to get out this last month, November, because I feel like once we get rolling on this, the beta period to RC period should only be a couple of months, right? I mean, it's Christmas break, that's hard, but I was really hoping, I'm not gonna lie, that by like end of February, beginning of March, we'd have 1.0 for start. And that over this next couple months, I could actually start working on Solid 2.0 as we're just kind of squashing out the bugs and issues and building out and vetting SolidStart. I'm ready to be like, I've done a lot of the work now. I feel like we just need to, take it to the next stage. All right. Have a good one. Till hopefully next week. See ya.